Hello, hello, hello. We made it. Alright, that is all working. So let's pause that. Hopefully y'all are hearing me now. We're good to go. If I can move that a little bit so it's out of frame. Trying a slightly different setup with the cameras today, so hopefully we are better in frame. I'm still going to be naturally leaning out of this frame, so you're meant to be over there because I moved you for a phone call. I remember now. But yes, good morning. We made it. Sandwich, you are on time today. My gosh, hello. It's good to see you. I'm super late today. Well, not too bad. I'm only 10 minutes late, which is relatively good for me. But we made it. We made it live. I had a feeling I was going to be late considering I didn't even start my stream prep until like 10 minutes before I went live. So we did well to get it all sorted in 20 minutes. You just got home from dropping off a wallet. Well done. Well done. It's always handy when somebody will drop off a wallet to you because, yeah, well, I decided, like, I've had medication that I've been needing to pick up for a couple of days, so I was like, I need to go and get that sorted, and I was like, I need to go and do that before stream because I'm running out of a couple of things, so it's like, if I don't do it now, after stream, I'm going to want a nap, and then I'm not going to make it to the pharmacy, and I could go on the weekend, but it's like, I need to get that medication. So I did that, and then because I was out, I also had to grab myself like an energy drink and, you know, go juice and stuff like that. And then, because I was right by the warehouse and grabbing the stuff from there, I also, every time I'm in the warehouse, I check the colouring book section. Have to. It's like compulsory. Let me switch to me. I found a new colouring book, which is funny because I literally started the first book in this series yesterday, Cinder. And I basically demolished the entire book yesterday. I've got 17 minutes remaining on the book. And then when I was up there, they have the Lunar Chronicles colouring book, which if you've never seen the Lunar Chronicles, I know this is backwards, but yeah, it's a sci-fi futuristic retelling of fairy tales. So this is Cinderella, but if Cinderella was a cyborg. Yeah, so it's been really, really fascinating. But then to see it up there, it was just like, it cracked me up. The irony of finding this book as I've started reading the series and fell in love with the series yesterday. So I had to grab it. I had to. Not that I need more colouring books, but, you know, I had to. But, yeah, so not a bad morning. We got there. Got a couple of the bits I needed to get. More glitter gels, stuff like that. And now we're up to working on the Alien Planets page. So let me switch you back to the colouring scene. And the only thing I didn't get to do was put on my compression gloves, because despite it being day 2, my hands are a little sore today, so we are just gonna be good and be prepared. We definitely got a little bit more joy today. For anyone that was here on Tuesday stream, and I really appreciate everyone who was here on Tuesday stream, because I was so flat and low energy, but really appreciate you all just hanging out with me and understanding that not every day is me full of energy. I'm still not full of energy. I'm still in a lot of pain today, but we're doing a little better today. So today's a better day. And that's it. Some days are better than others. But we have a lot that I want to do today. So last time we started on some of the crystals. So I've still got a bunch of crystals to do in terms of the teal crystals. I have also finished the page that I was using the white 1M posters for, that made me hesitant to use any of the white because I needed to make sure I had enough of these for that page, which I can give you a sneak peek of because I freaking love how it turned out. So I was working on this spread. This is tomorrow's YouTube video, by the way. It's glittery, but it's like It looks like a star sign to me. I love it. I love how this page turned out. And it was so simple because it's literally just an inky background and then me going over the lines with the white Poscas. But this is why I didn't want to use my Poscas on anything else, because if they died, I was screwed. Because I cannot find anywhere in New Plymouth to locally buy a 1ml Posca. So I'd have to order it online, and that just takes time. So, oh gosh, where are my tissues? No idea. I think we're okay. Oh look, I've got one right here. Good job, Amy. Prepared. But how are you, Sandwich? Are you feeling a bit better today? Right, now I also left my gesso paints out too, so I could do, because I want to still do the green on here, and I might have to make some yellow for on here. We might have to do some wet media stuff, although as soon as I get the wet media out, that's it. Like, we can't touch anything else on the page, so we might just have to wait to the end and do a bunch of that. Day off always helps. Alright, so let's start on here. So I did a bunch of the, using the aqua green to outline the crystals, but then I still want to put some highlight areas on here. So we're just going to go over sections of these crystals and just add in some highlights. We've still got a lot more crystal work to do. So we might just start by getting all the green crystals sorted, and then we've still got all the purple crystals, and yeah, we've got a lot of work to do on this page, but it's feeling like a productive day today. It's feeling like a let's smash shite out day today. Went and dropped off the wallet in your jammies. Heck yeah. Jammies are the best. Honestly, I live in PJs 99% of the time. Joys of working and living in the same place and working from home and all that. I don't ever need to put on real clothes half the time. Like, even when I stream all of the time, my bottom half is pajama pants. Ah, free favourite flavour. Euphoria! Hi! It's good to see you. I'm glad you could drop in. How are you going? Am I still in frame? We're still in frame. Heck yeah. And we're still in... Okay, yeah, we've definitely got a better camera set up today. That's nice. So yeah, I spent all of yesterday, I don't even know what I did most of the day. I know what I did some of the day. I had a few meetings and doctors and stuff like that. And I did some stuff in preparation for Yes And. But while I was doing stuff, I was also listening to audiobooks. And like I said, I smashed through an entire audiobook in a day, basically. Thank you, Euphoria. Really appreciate that. We're really getting there with this page. Right, before I carry on, I should also get out the black. Now, it wasn't white we were using. We were actually using the warm grey one. And then we had that one and that one. No, maybe I will get out white. I'm going to have to figure out where my extenders are, though. Oh, look, there's one right there. Fantastic. I really need to get more extenders. I also need to clip this page back. Free is the best flavour. Significantly discounted is pretty close as well, but free will forever be my favourite flavour. Right, don't worry about the cliff too much. We'll come back and do the cliff. Although the cliff itself and the ground isn't too bad. And a lot of this growth is just very abstract, so we're really just adding in some variance to the tones. Not that the tone is like too flat anyway, because we use the ink tints, so we have got a bit of variance. I did such a bad job painting my nails. They're so short as well. I had a couple of anxiety attacks and I bit a couple of them again. I'm so mad at myself. I've been so good about not biting them. And we got them so long for so long. And then because I bit one, I was like, I need to bite all the others, but I've made myself stop, and then I just trimmed the rest of them down really, really short, so that at least, because if they're not the same length, it really annoys me. So if one breaks, I have to trim them all down. I know. I don't know if it's just a me thing. Like, I'm so used to the short nails, and then because I've been training myself to not bite them and grow them out, when they're not the same length, it really annoys me. But that's okay. They'll grow back out. They're already starting to grow. I'll just do a couple of strengthening treatments and grow them back out again. Yeah, it happens. So I had an appointment yesterday with a specialist to try and source some new options, new pain medication and stuff like that. So we're doing all right. But I'm excited to get more of this done. I have so many pages that I want to do this month, so it's gonna be a busy month. I still haven't started in the Critical Role one. That's going to be a Patreon exclusive video, but I need to figure out which one. I need to actually ask my Patreons. That's half of the point of it. I need to ask them which one they'd like me to colour. Yeah. Because I have the Vox Machina, and at the end of this month, the Mighty 9 book should be coming out too. And I'm so excited. I also have coming the official D&D colouring book that's being released later this year. I pre-ordered it last night, so no idea what it looks like. I've got one of the official D&D colouring books. I've got the Adventures Outlined one. But yeah, there's another D&D colouring book that's being released later on this year. I can't even see like a preview image for it or any information about it, but I was like, screw it, pre-order. Because D&D and colouring, like, yeah, we're going for it. I have the Mighty 9 one pre-ordered. Dungeon Meister, who do a lot of like D&D and fantasy roleplay supplemental one, also releasing one, so it'll be like D&D adjacent. So I've also pre-ordered that one as well. The art for that one looks amazing, so I'm really excited for that one. Ooh, yeah, CAD is great. I have a couple of, you can't see it because it's like beside the curtain. That way, in there. If I kind of twist my camera, you might be able to see some of my wall. So that very top one up there, that is Caduceus drinking tea, and then I've still got a couple pictures put up there. Yeah, that's mostly Critical Role and my D&D stuff over there. I should take you over there one day, give you a proper close-up tour of the wall, and all the stuff in there. But yeah, my idea for stream is to actually move my setup over there, borrow like my pop-up table that Mum uses for the market, put it in front of it, set up my computers on there, so it's just my D&D wall behind of all my cool D&D stuff. I've got like dragons and little bottles, all my minis are over there, all my books and resources. Yeah, I never got you to my apartment. It was like in a bad state, so I didn't really want to bring anyone up, especially someone new, because my apartment's my safety space. So because I hadn't met Sam, I didn't feel comfortable bringing them up too. But yeah, next time you're in New Plymouth, definitely I'll get you up here. You can come check out my weird little apartment. Plus, I'd just love to see you again, because when I don't really get to travel much unless I'm traveling with someone else, so it makes me a little sad that I can't just like impromptu go for a holiday somewhere now. I kind of have to plan it and stuff like that, but it's nice knowing that I can pop over to Samsara's and at least know that I've got mobile accessible accommodation there as well, because that's another big thing as well. Has to be accessible accommodation, which can be a pain in the butt. So yeah, oh, like chat some food. Yeah, I can see that happening. It's very easy. We joke about Sammy being a time wizard, but she really is a time wizard, because you lose all sense of time. It's good time though, so. I know there's a couple of like way in the future ones. I know my mum has asked me to help out with Parongia, which is a big market that she does. I need to ensure I've actually got that on my phone. But yeah, Parongia is not far from Hamilton if you can find a way to do a day trip. Yeah. So I know we're coming up for that. We're staying just outside of Parongia for the night and then doing the market day there. I'll obviously be behind Mum's table. But yeah, my brother and his wife are going to drive us. We're going to have to take 2 cars, and we had to book a motel room so that, we could all stay the night, because even though it's only 3.5 hours, they didn't want to have to, like, we would have had to leave at 2 a.m, go up, do the market, and then drive back that day. And my dad used to do that for us. But yeah, my brother and sister-in-law aren't willing to do that, which is absolutely understandable because it was a long ass day. So we're going the night before, and then because I also now need my walking frame to mobilize and stuff like that, it means we also can't all fit into one car with all the market stuff, which means we also have to take 2 cars. But yeah, that's somewhere towards the end of the year, so I'll be helping Mum at the Parongia market, and then and then my brother and sister-in-law are like just going to spend the day going to Hamilton, and then after the market I guess we drive back. Yeah. Also, hi Samsara, you're a time wizard. But yeah, if you can organise a day trip, I'll see if I've got it in my phone. I need to confirm. I'm sure I have something in my phone about it. Feel like, yeah, it's September. There we go. I do have it in my phone. It's September the 24th is when I will be in Parongia. Yeah, and it's the massive market. Like, it's been cancelled for the last couple of years. So this is the first big one that they've been able to do because of COVID and stuff like that. I think it's like 200 stalls or something. Like, they literally close off the main street in Parongia, and it's just, the streets are full of craft stalls and all sorts of stuff. So yeah, So yeah, if you can organise a trip, love to see you there. You can see Mum's cool jewellery, and I mean, I'll be helping out behind the tables at the market, but I can still chat with you and stuff. Wish I could one day forward to do your time when I'm not PMSing so hard. I would hope so as well. I wish I could as well. The 24th of September. Samsara. So I had to go and get my meds and stuff before stream, which is why stream was 10 minutes late this morning. But of course, while I was at the warehouse, I had to check out the colouring books because, compulsory. And you'll never guess what I found. It cracked me up. That way. It's like, So, yeah, I brought another colouring book. But I had to. Like, I'm really enjoying the series. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to grab it. It looks like quite cool images as well. I'm trying not to flick too far through it because it looks like it covers all the chronicles. And, of course, I've got 17 minutes left on the first book. So, yeah, I'm really enjoying it. Yeah, I really wish I had read it earlier. It's been on the, let's read this list for a while. And I just was like, I haven't gotten to it. But then, because the whole series is available, I was like, well, let's go for it because we can easily get through them. And I don't have to wait for next ones. And I'm glad because I can see myself getting through these quite easily. I really should be trying to catch up on Critical Role or something, but I know, I'm just in audiobook mode. I should do Critical Role in podcast form. That's what I should do. Yeah. Heck yeah. You should check out if your library has BorrowBox, because that's what I use for all my audiobooks, and I'm not paying for them then. And I mean, obviously, if you enjoy a series, you can buy it properly, which is exactly what I did with A Court of Thorn and Roses, is I brought the physical books, but I listened to them through BorrowBox, because, yeah, I just get all my audiobooks through here. I mean, the selection's not the greatest, but I also have access to Libby through my library card. And, I mean, I find the BorrowBox app easier to use, but I need to explore the Libby one a bit more too. But there's more on there that I can access as well. Alright, so I feel like that section's basically done. So let's move this back down into its position to try and get this corner to sit back down properly. And then let's all start on all these bits. We've got a lot of crystals to do. But yeah, I do need some new books as well. I might do some investigation and see if I can find out some recommendations of what is similar to A Court of Thorn and Roses. I mean, there are Crescent City. Like, if you're stuck, I would recommend Crescent City, because I like Crescent City even more than A Court of Thorn and Roses. Because I feel like Sarah J. Maas just kind of stops caring and goes for it in those ones. And it's so absurd that I like it. But also, it's still led by a strong female heroine as well, but yeah, because there's only 2 Crescent Cities so far as well. I wouldn't mind rereading Crescent City as well, because I never actually managed to finish the second one. I think I was about part of the way through and my time ran out and I just never got back to it, because I go through phases with audiobooks. I'm like, I'll go hard listening to audiobooks for a while and then I stop, and then that's usually when I catch up on like shows or podcasts, and then I get sick of that and I switch to something else. So oh gosh, sorry, I need to blow my nose again. I'm just going to mute this so I can really blow my nose. Ugh. If you ever hear me breathe, it's because I forget to breathe sometimes. You'll be surprised the amount of people that legit forget to breathe. I have been in counselling sessions and the therapists have just looked at me and said, "You're not even breathing." And it's like, oh yeah, I forgot. I once had to spend a number of months just learning to breathe. But it was surprisingly effective. So breathing exercises are very good. Also, hi Ryder. Realized I forgot to do a bunch of these lines, so let's just add in some of those. Yeah, there we go. I actually hold my breath whenever I record a guitar cover song. Just want to keep the unwanted sound out of the mic. Ooh. So there are things you can do with filters on microphones. I was investigating this a little bit because sometimes when I'm recording voiceovers and stuff like that, like it's the same thing. I forget to breathe and then I'll be like, and I don't want that captured. So there are different filters that you can look into where they will limit certain sounds. However, I don't know how that interacts when trying to record guitar, because a lot of the ones that I investigated are to do with a voice. So like trying to create it so that it doesn't pick up on the little off sounds of me, like bumping my fingers or this, or just a little, or nose sniffles, or that sort of things. Yeah. I know that crisp is a thing. Krispy Kreme, Krispy Kreme. Also, hi Sci-Fi. It's good to see you again. How are you going, huh? Krispy Kreme. Oh, come on, Posca. I'm not a fan of the filled donuts. I find them all too sweet, but the original glazed, oh, so good. So good. Chris always reminds me of that clip of the school children who adopted a pig and called it Crispy Bacon. I hadn't heard of that, but also welcome in, Board Band, again. It's good to see you. I have not seen that video, but I do appreciate that name. Good on the school kids. There was a Krispy Kreme shop in Auckland, and since like November they had these Christmas tree. Right. I think we're back. My entire stream disconnected. Tell me about it. I have literally just replaced my router. Pencil butter. That's why we dropped out, because pencil butter came and her ghost internet problems affected me. Hey, baby. I'll just give it a minute to sort itself out. It's still saying we're unstable, but I mean, we've connected back at least. Oh, God. I literally just replaced the router. Nah, it was definitely me. I just got an alert from Streamlabs that I was disconnected entirely. And then my bitrate is flashing red as unstable at the moment. But yeah, we're all a little unstable. A little. That is very true. Alright, hopefully we have managed to stabilize. I have snoozed the ads because it did drop out, so it thinks it needs to restart the ads. So I've snoozed the ads for 15 minutes, because that's as long as I can snooze them for. And let's hope we don't have that happen again, because if we have that happen again, I am going to have to do another stream where we ring 2 degrees. Because that's what we all like to see in a stream. Amy on hold with her internet company. Well, no, I should probably do tech stuff first, like checking all the plugs are in properly and checking all the lines and running all that diagnostic crap before I ring 2 degrees. But also, it's a brand new router, so if it's being a poop... it's going okay. We're doing a little better today. I had some clinic appointments and stuff yesterday for a new specialist. We're trying a new pain route. It's freaking expensive because I'm doing this privately, partially. It's not fully subsidized. I can get some assistance from the government, but it's not fully subsidized, so it's very expensive. Cost me $129 for the appointment. It's going to cost me $240 for a 2-month supply. And that's just one product. So, yeah. But if it helps, it's going to be good. Yeah, Bo, that is exactly what happened. Sorry, Broadband, that is exactly what happened with mine. I'm on 2 degrees and they have been fantastic with everything else. I had a whole bunch of issues with Ultra Fiber Fast, not telling 2 degrees a simple code, and 2 degrees were just so good about all that. So 99% of the time we're buffering again, aren't we? 99% of the time it's great. And then my router died, but my router was 5 years old, and they were like, yeah, you're probably just worn it out, let's get you a replacement. Sent me a replacement, and now we're having some issues. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Right, we seem to be stable again. Yeah, we went a little unstable there for a minute. So I'm just going to quickly just Google and see if 2 degrees are having any issues. But yeah, for the most part, they've been really damn good. And honestly, if I just spent a bit of time, like I'd spent all the time trying to fix it myself, I just didn't want to ring them. That's the thing, I just hate ringing them. Need some mobile coverage down, but there's nothing on the broadband, so alright, let's just hope it was a glitch. It was all the companies going on break and everybody suddenly jumping online or something. But yes, let's carry on with this because we got a lot to do. But yeah, we're doing okay. I am pretty excited because tomorrow Kiwi RPG Week starts here in New Zealand. So there is a whole bunch of Kiwi TTRPGs and special events and stuff going on for it. Shit. Shit. Poscas. Frickin' Poscas. She juicy, that one. Let's leave it to the side. And so we've got Pathfinder on Monday. And that's going to be a special one for Kiwi RPG. Samsara has a bunch of stuff that she's planning for a Kiwi RPG week, including some D12 Go tomorrow, which may or may not feature yours truly. Yeah. We're getting there. But yeah, it's been really good. I really appreciate, like, my D&D groups have given me a break. I ended up with a break on Thursday anyway, from a group where I play. I'm taking just a little mini break from my DM groups as well at the moment, and I didn't get to play on Thursday, which is actually quite good because I was planning to message the DM and just say, look, I'm not in the right space to also play in this one. I don't know if I'm playing on Sunday, but Monday, because it is a Pathfinder live streamed game, I will do that one. It's a bit different because I'm playing a preset character in that one. It's not one of my own creation. But I'm excited. I'm just excited to see a bunch of my cool Kiwi creators doing stuff for the week. So, and then tomorrow night is the final night of We Will Rock You. I actually was reached out by the lighting crew, and they're like, can you come to the show tonight? We want to see you. There's a free seat. You can see the show for free, which I'm sorely tempted to do. We'll see. We'll see how the energy levels are and the pain levels are. It is technically, like, in my injection cycle, it is the best day in terms of my energy. But also, I've been sore lately. It's cold. It's so cold and it hurts me so much. So, we'll see. But yeah, they all were like, come. I'm like, I don't know. We'll see. I've still got tomorrow night. Like, I'm trying to only do one big outing a week to save my energy levels. So, but yeah, the person that reached out from the lighting team actually has the same disease as me. So, well, it's been good to talk to them anyway. Yeah. I did make Sione my own. I love Sione. She's weird and deals with some weird aspects of my own personality. She's definitely not the character as written. But the character as written just didn't appeal to me. Like, who wants to play the bossy team leader but doesn't actually tell the team what's going on because they need to be in control, which admittedly sometimes our group could need, but also no. I still pulled from the actual literature. I just twisted it in a way that was more interpretive and natural for me to play. Played my first ever D&D at GGWP. It was fun. I feel like I've heard that acronym before. But yay, what did you play? How'd you enjoy it? Yeah, Great Games of Pals. That's what it was. Because I was, I had that on a couple of years ago. I was looking at going to it. That was right around when the virus hit, so I didn't get to go to it. But, oh, this is the juicy marker. It's like, I know that acronym. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, like, yeah, there are a lot of rules in D&D, but I always say to anyone that's learning, like the kids that I was teaching at the library program and stuff like that, don't worry about the rules. Like, the rules are there to help balance the system and to make things fair, but at the end of the day, you are all working together to tell an amazing story. So as long as you're having fun and telling that story, then you're winning the game. And that's what I just love, is like coming together and telling an amazing story, and the cracking up about the stupidest things, or, you know, like, yeah. Like in Pathfinder, how much joy has a maggot cut wearing a top hat created for us? Like, stupidest things, but it's just those little memories that are just so fun, and those little bits and pieces. So that's what my character was called, and I yelled, Steve. Steve! I am pretty excited for Yes and character. I do need to draw some character art. I don't think I'm going to get it done by Sunday, but I'm going to try so that I can actually get my character art up for the icon. But for those that don't know, myself and a number of people are involved in Yes and, which is a Kiwi 24-hour charity live stream. They also have a special Kiwi RPG one-shot event coming up this weekend. I am head of the mods team, but I'm also in it as a player this year, which is really fun. And I have been given permission by the DMs and the production team to bring in the combat wheelchair. And because we generally don't allow homebrew, but we are making an exception for the combat wheelchair. So I am playing a halfling in a wheelchair, and she's a druid, and I'm really excited. So her name is Iridescent, which Samsara helped me come up with. So thank you, Samsara. And I have played a level 1 version of her at Adventures League. I'm still working out a lot of her details and stories because she's level 11 in this adventure. So at the level 1 game, she was not in a wheelchair. So somewhere along the way, something happened that put her into a wheelchair. But I just adore her. She's so fun. She's so happy. She's positivity and joy. That's what I'm trying to make her. It's just that very positive, joyful, happy, go lucky, like, you know, the glass is half full type character. And I can't wait to play her. So I have a look in mind for her. It does involve me putting a whole bunch of glitter stars on my face, which we all know that's going to make me happy, because glitter. In fact, for those that haven't been here, we have a couple of new icons, emotes as well for subs. You can also use your channel points to unlock emotes as well. But we have literally glitter, and then we have a glitter heart as well. I've got to rework the sword. The sword I've got to rework. Yeah. But I'm happy with the other two, especially my glitter heart, because I figured out how to animate that. I was pretty proud of myself. Alright, we're getting there. We've done all those. We've got in here, and then we can just start working our way across. A little bit at a time. Now I do want to darken in here. You've named your Yes and Blorbo. That same character concept that you've been coming up with? Oh, I get it. You've named the Blorbo. Yeah. Her name is... Okay, I'm going to need pronunciation guides. There are too many consonants in that. Like saying syzygy. Oh, cool. Like synergy, but it's syzygy. That's a cool name. You come up with the coolest names. Like that, but it's different meaning. Okay. I am excited. Need to also get into figuring out a name for a D12 Go character. So, we are about to head into an ad break, which is perfect timing because I do actually need to stretch my hands a bit. As we head into this ad break, if you get the ads, again, really appreciate you doing so. It gets rid of the dreaded pre-rolls. Also reminds me to take a break every hour, which is really important for my hands and just my general comfort while streaming. But also, really appreciate you're just sitting through it, because it does help me earn just a few cents. It's not a lot, but it does build up in ads. It's the alignment of planets connected. Ooh, so maybe your character has met my character. Just saying. But yeah, while we are in this ad break, if you had a cheerleader type peppy teenager who happened to be in the zombie apocalypse and actually was surprisingly good at killing zombies, what would her name be? Shout your ideas at me. Naming characters is one of the worst parts of creating characters. I suck at naming. So if you've got any ideas for names, throw it at me. But yes, we're about to head into this ad break. It should be starting any second now. Exactly, Sandwich. And while we're in ad break, we stretch. So, welcome to all you secret behind the scenes. Oh yes, that's right. Sandwich, I forgot. You have a gift sub, so you don't get the ads. So I could have just put yes. Oh, goodness. Kendra? Okay. I don't know. I'm not really feeling Kendra. It's a good name. I don't know. Just don't feel it. Stacy. Stacy works. But also immediately my mum just goes, Stacy's mum has got it going on. Stacy's mum is a zombie. She's got it going on. You love naming characters? I am a big fantasy name generator person. I just generate a name. So, I'm kind of digging Stacy. Like, I can feel the Stacy vibes, but also, like, again, this is a character that I'm fully going in with the likelihood that she's going to probably be turned into a zombie. And I'd be quite happy if she was turned into a zombie. So, welcome back, Side Pie. Ads for the monies. Thank you. Again, it's just a couple of cents, but it does build up. So, it's appreciated. And things like my lighting system, my microphone, and my camera have all been brought with what I've made off Twitch. So whatever I make off Twitch, I try to put back into Twitch to make the stream better for you guys. So really appreciate. Yeah, Stacy with an I. It's Stacy with an I. Because what I am imagining for this character is like, oh my god, I know it's a zombie apocalypse, but like, look at the bright side. We're starting this whole new fashion trend. We've got gorecore, you know, like the blood splatter. It makes the most gorgeous, unique patterns, and it's all custom made, and like, it's totally cool out there. I'm pretty sure Samsara wanted to run this as Day of the Dead, and all of us have come in with Shaun of the Dead characters. I'm sorry. Stacy. I do like the Stacey with an eye. I can get behind those vibes. Is Stacey with an eye? It's not what you deserve. But also, with the 4 so far wonderful people you have playing, it was kind of inevitable. And the eye has a heart instead of a dot. Heck yes. Oh my god. We were driving back from Samsara's and she was telling me about, the concept for it. And I was like, I have a really dumb idea. And the look from Samsara as I described this character, and I was like, I have to play her now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Samsara. No, my gosh. I should have gone to the coin shop and seen if I could find some pom-poms for stream. I was doomed from the beginning. It is so Lollipop Chainsaw and I am here with Stacey with a heart over the eye. Heck yeah. Well, if you are not already... Whoops. Not that. If you are not already, make sure you are following Samsara Dusty. Because we love Sammy here. She's wonderful. She's amazing. She's putting up with a lot tomorrow because she is running this D12 Go game. Where we're going to come on and fight some zombies. If you have that little heart above the stream, you should be following her. You should click it. And then, as well as that, she's got a whole bunch of streams coming up for Kiwi RPG Week. She's got mini painting. She's got another D12 Go campaign called Sword and Stuff. D12 Go is a really cool system that was designed in New Zealand by a lovely person called Brad Thompson. Brad Zimmerman. Brad Thompson is another amazing Kiwi TTRPG person. Yeah. And oh god, yes. Yeah. Get the right Brad. Yeah. So Brad Zimmerman is the right Brad. But also you can get the D12 Go rules for free through like Drive-Thru RPG. The joke Samsara did, and totally how I actually paid for it was I rolled a D12 and I paid what I rolled on the D12 for it. But you can also get the rules for free, and in the latest updated versions of the core rules, you will see my art because I am also the artist in that. So, yeah, yarn pom-poms. I possibly could actually. Possibly could, but it's also the time, like, if I could just go to a coin shop and pay $2 and just get a set, I'll just grab a set, time thing. But I totally could make pom-poms as well. We'll see. We'll see how far we go. If I really wanted to as well, I could also pull out some of my old makeup skills and do like some wounds and stuff on her face. Or maybe, some prosthetic makeup style. We'll see though. It's early in the morning tomorrow. I try not to plan too much. Like, I will be up, but also we don't know how long it could take me to get mobile in the morning. So just getting regular ready for stream might be all I have in me. Yeah, and if you get turned into the zombie in the zombie add-on, Samsara created the zombie rules, so... Alright, so I haven't figured out a lot. I know she's a cheerleader. I know I'm going to be putting my hair up into long pigtails for the stream. So she's got the pigtails. I'm just thinking your classic cheerleader. Other than that, yeah, that is literally all I've got. Is she's your positive, silly cheerleader who supposedly is quite good at killing zombies. So you're welcome. I am excited. I was also planning on sketching her out tonight, as well as maybe some of the other characters once we get it sorted. Once Samsara has decided on her level, I'm going to start talking to the others and see if they need any help to get their characters created and get all that stuff sorted, because I know Sammy's got a bit on tonight. So try and get us all ready for stream tomorrow. And then possibly if I had time, do some sketching tonight. Because I also have Iridescent to sketch out. And I'm still trying to figure out how to sketch a wheelchair that is both fantasy and believable. I just did way too much white there. I'm excited, Sandwich. No obligation to finish this at all. I hope I can play her in a way that lives up to your expectations. My dumb concept has purpose. It's just one of those things. Like, sometimes you just have an idea for a character and it just sticks with you. It's why I kind of like being DM, because you do get to explore kind of sometimes the basics of characters, but it's like you don't get to fully delve into characters as much as I'd like to. The hard thing about being a DM is that with my games, I do run my games in my home world, and my home world is also a safety world that I created during some personal times. And yeah, so if I'm going for a lot, it's hard for me to let people into those worlds, I've realised. So that's kind of why we're taking a little break. Yes, but when it's like a character that's not in that world, it's somebody not of that world, it's a bit different. If I'm playing and I'm not responsible for the world and it's not like in my world, it's a bit different as well. But yeah. So grateful to my players for understanding and just letting me take some time. We are getting there though. Again, like I said, things are on the up and up. We've got a plan, got things in place. Before you get to work on the commission, heck yeah. Ow, ow, ow. Oh. Oh gosh, I might need to blow my nose again. I need to find more tissues. Alright, so we're still going to come back and also do the highlights on the crystals. I might have to... The moment I start pulling out the green though of the gouache... Oh no, I've got my hairdryer here. And if we're just doing thin lines, it won't take long to dry. I could do that. We'll finish off the teal first. I got teal to finish first. I got a nose to blow first, actually. Ooh. Okay, it's not tissues, but it'll do the job. Alright, I'm just going to mute for a second so you don't have to hear this ickiness. I better not be getting a cold. I keep brain farting when I keep forgetting what I wanted to sketch. Oh no! That's why when you have an idea, you write it down. And then when you get distracted, you've still got it written down. I love lists. Lists are just everything. I wouldn't survive without lists. At least with all these little areas, we can just kind of be a bit more like dots. Don't have to be so pedantic like on some of the detailed crystals. It's just like scribbly lines. once we've finished off this one in Alien Worlds, I actually have another page in Alien Worlds, so I want to try and get this month, and it's still part of the Crystal Kingdom. I also want to get this dog creature done as well. Works for the Wheel of Prompts YouTube challenge. Even though I'm already working on a page for that challenge in Mythomorphia as well. I have this one that I've been working on as well, which kind of also is the same idea as Alien Worlds because of the background with the purple sky, but also I like the colours of the purple sky, and I'm going to make him like a bit glowy, so we'll have like green fire everywhere and stuff. So still got to obviously work on that because I want the trees a lot more darker and stuff like that, but I like the glitter. We know I like glitter though. Glitter! Alright. Yeah. I have that happen a bit actually, where I'm like, I'm gonna do this, and then I go to do it, and I'm like, what was I doing? And then you just kind of stare until you remember what you were doing. Yeah. Oh no, you're running out of charge. I forgot to charge you. I don't think you work on this charge cable. You do not. I do not have a spare USB plug. Might have to get my converter. Alright, let's finish this teal section. Get rid of whatever that was in the centre there. Yeah, we'll just do it to the middle. I'll carry on with the second half in a minute. Let's get these white areas done, and then we know we've done this whole page of all the teal. A lot of this is real easy, it's just white dots. Just because the Posca can be a bit flat sometimes, so by adding in some little white areas, adds highlights to the highlights. And that dimension can just help. Contrast is our friend. There was no time to make a list. Yeah, that's understandable. Alright, I'm going to be 2 seconds. I am going to pop to the bedroom, just grab my charger for this. So, ooh, okay. First we have to stand up. Oh gosh. I'm actually wearing proper pants today. Well, track pants, not PJ pants. Oh, crap goes all all the joints. And while we're at, I'll grab that as well, because we'll need that for future. Untangle the cords. Nope, you're not going to sit there. Let's put you down there. Ooh. There we go. Didn't knock anything over. Just. Charging. Okay. Whew. Add in a little bit more contrast. Yay, all that teal's done. I've since remembered and got enough done so I won't be like, what the fuck is this in the future? Excellent! Yes, there's been an update. Level 2. Level 2. Cool, cool. Thank you, Samsara. Okie dokie. Right, so we just got a couple more. There's not as many greens on this side, so shouldn't take too long, but some of them are more main crystals, so, you know, a bit more than just scribble and dots. So just adding in again some contrast, so we're adding some darks. Oh, I can go over that too because I've got the white now, so I can do all the highlights on that. Heck yeah. Okay, that's the next thing we'll do after the teal. Oof, working in the middle. So one good thing about Mythomorphia being so like falling apart is it makes it so much easier to work on because I can just pull out an individual page. It does make me want to kind of split some of my books and just work on them all loose and then rebind them at the end. I've still got to work out how I'm going to rebind Mythomorphia because I can take it to the stationery shop and pay them to rebind it. Or I could look at purchasing a binding machine, which obviously long term, if I'm planning on rebinding a lot of my books, would make sense. Because I can lay it flat, I can pull them apart and do things like remove this and have this and purposely separate out the books and make them all spiral bound. Yeah. But then it's also the cost of buying a binding machine. See if I can find one secondhand from a business that doesn't use it anymore or something. Not that I have any clue where to look for that, but... Oh, crack. Oh, my hair's already turning green up here. It's not too bad though, it's still very blue, especially at the ends here. It's just when you compare the two. It happens, plus I didn't lighten this as much as I usually do as well, so it's going to go more green. Alright, so we've got a little section down here that we can do quite abstracty, and then we have two main crystals. Oh, and in there too, forgot about that, but I have shaded in there. I did that when I did the orange, forgot about that. Still on camera, just. So a while ago I talked about, like, with this Alien Worlds book, how I am gonna focus each crystal, each kingdom to be like a specific colorway or something. So the crystal kingdoms is pinks and purples, like purple planet, pink sky, and I have decided with the air kingdom that I am definitely going to be doing yellows, because there's one page in there that once I figured out yellow, I kind of started seeing all the other colors for the areas around it, and I was like, oh, this is going to be pretty. So if by some miracle I can also get to a third page in here, I'd like to do one in a different kingdom, but it is absolutely not priority right now, because we've still got this one and this one to finish in here, plus I've still got all my Mythomorphia pages to complete, which we're doing all right in. We've finished 2 for the month. Every month I try to do 6.3 pages in Mythomorphia so that I can complete the book, and ideally would do more than that as well. So yeah. I hope everyone's having a good Friday so far. Or Thursday, for those of you still on Thursday. Oh, should have done up here too while I was at it. Oh well, do it now. Still in frame. Good, good. Well, good thing it's the apocalypse and the world doesn't exist as is. Yeah, I just got the message. Why is it crashing? Oh, I love her. So cute. It's so cute. Am I okay to show her on stream? If it holds. Thank you. So, sorry, you're getting it through terrible camera lens because I'm not even going to attempt to try and open Discord with my computer like this at the moment, but look at her. I love it. Gorkor. Gorkor. May need to upgrade to 3 degrees. Possibly. So because stream is restarted, unfortunately, we are going to have an ad break. I can't pause this. I'm out of snoozes. I can't stop this. I am going to go to my dashboard and change it back to manual ad alerts because obviously we've got some issues today, and while this ad break runs, I'm just going to do some quick investigation to see if there's something going on with OBS, 2 degrees, something. I don't know what's happening, but I do apologize. I just can't change any of this right now. Right, let's see if I can... Actually, I might be able to change it before... Oh, hold up. Okay, hopefully I caught it before the ad started. We'll find out if it will reload. And we should be back, I think. Oh my gosh. So, one bonus of all that, with the stream crashing and then restarting, the ad shouldn't start up for half an hour. Hopefully. Hopefully. Or maybe even 60 minutes. Hopefully half an hour. I don't know. We'll find out in a moment. While that was going on, I did also just quickly check 2 degrees and confirm 2 degrees are having some broadband issues. So this is why we are dropping out. 2 degrees have got some issues and they are working on it. So, I have changed my ad schedule so that it should not play ads for the first half hour. So we shouldn't get an ad break every time we reload. Hopefully this works. If this continues to be so much of a pain, I may just restart. We'll call it for the day because, yeah, it's still claiming ads are in process. So it has remembered the fact it was trying to play an ad before we disconnected. Damn. It's now saying that it's going to run ads every half hour. That's not what I actually wanted. I say it's trying to do a... There we go. And then let's delay it 30 minutes. Okay, that's what I want. Save changes. Okay. Okay. Now it should be sorted. Let's hope there's no more crashes. Oh my gosh. I feel sorry for all the Discords that, like, have me, like, set up to auto-ping when I go live, because they're getting a few pings today. Alright. Why is it on always days when I'm feeling productive that we have this chaos starting? Ping, ping, ping. Sorry. Hopefully, no more. Alright, it's still got the last minute and a half of the ads. I should not be colouring, just in case people are trapped behind ads. And then there should be no more ads for an hour unless we drop out. And if we drop out, it has been set to delay half an hour so I can control it. And we'll just have to try that for a while. Three, 4. We've had 4 dropouts so far. It's so bad. Really, really appreciate you. You can't hear? My mic is working, apparently. Technical issues. It's not a stream without tech difficulties. Alright, everyone should be back from the ad. So let's get into this. Let's at least get these done. Crystal's finished. Hopefully, Samsara will be able to hear us soon. Dumb Twitch app, yeah. So for those that missed it because they got stuck behind the reloaded ads, which I do apologise, I have changed the ads now so that if we have another dropout, we will not get ads for half an hour. And while all that was going on, I did look at the 2 Degrees broadband page and they have updated it with a thing saying they are having some broadband issues at the moment. So it is dropping out and they are working on it. So I do apologise if I do keep dropping in and out. If it keeps happening, becomes too distracting or too much of a pain, I may just have to call stream early. As much as I don't want to, because I'm actually having a lot of fun and feeling productive, or trying to be productive. So there's some days when I feel like I could get a lot done that the internet is like, poop. I mean, I say that, and that's only happened twice before. And like, I've been with 2 Degrees for 6 years, and like, one time it was the router, and then as soon as I got the router, it was fixed. And then today's the first time I've had problems with the internet. So, you know. Smoked! Hello! It is a smolt. Yay! All the hearts. Wow, my chat's delayed up there. Yeah, welcome back, Sci-Fi. I do apologise. We're having some internet issues today, but it's actually my service provider today. I was just saying, it's the first time we've really had this happen with them, so... But we should be all good. Hopefully we won't have any more dropouts and therefore pinging on all the Discords when I go live again. Yeah. I don't want to connect at all. Yeah. It happens sometimes with the Twitch app. I've been having a lot of issues trying to connect to chat with the Twitch app lately too. But Twitch did just do a big update. So it's possible that there's a couple of little bugs going on with the app right now. Because they did a whole bunch of updates like their terms of service and stuff like that. And then because they are trialing a new feature where you can have your alerts come through Twitch instead of an external application. So like when someone follows or subscribes or all those things that pop up on screen, when someone does a donation or stuff like that, that's all put through by Streamlabs, and Twitch is attempting to create their own service so you don't even have to use that. You can do it all directly through Twitch, which is why a bunch of people's alerts broke like last week, because Twitch did the update which changed how alerts are done. But yeah, since they did all these updates, there's been a few little things I've noticed that haven't been running quite as smoothly as normal. But they'll get it sorted. Still my preferred platform for streaming. Yay, we've done all the teal. Goodbye, teal. So, all our crystals have now been highlighted. And then highlighted again. So, what I want now is that one, which is barely holding on. And then I also have these, which I can try. Now, how well are you gonna work? Oh, you're not gonna lay down at all, are you? Maybe it's just that one being a poop. I'd like some ink, please. Nope. Cool. Okay, you're definitely not a solution, so let us hope there is something remaining in my... What is this one? Sunshine Yellow. I've used this Posca so freaking much. As we try to highlight the crystals on the sky. Once gave up on my seat and I blushed to a blind man, and that was my job as a bus driver. Oh no. Times like this, I really wish I owned a tea set. I actually technically have a tea set, or kind of. It's at my mum's though. It's a beautiful, beautiful tea set. It was actually used at my wedding. Does not hold any connotation to me for the wedding, which is why I said to Mum, you know, don't check it out because it's beautiful and I love it. I just have absolutely nowhere for it. And I should get that sometime. Well, I say I have a tea set. It's not really my tea set because Mum paid for it for the wedding, but it's also kind of my tea set, so it's like, yeah. I do want to grab it though. I would love to have it for fancy tea. It's such a pretty set. She has a couple of sets up there too, so I might talk to her about that one day. I probably actually could if I cleared out my kitchen utensils where I put like my appliances. Actually no, because I've been working out how to, I've been slowly emptying out one of my trolley sets as well, so I could possibly do a little bit of a rearrange of the kitchen. Possibly could fit it in. I mean, I think there's like 8 cups. I have no reason to have 8 teacups and the full teapot and then like all the bits and pieces. But it's so pretty, and like, if you're going to have a cup of tea, why not have it in a fancy teacup with a fancy teapot? It'd be good too, because I could literally make a pot tea and then bring it over here. I should really have made a cup of tea before stream. Ah, we do love our tea. Oh, this is a juicy Posca. And this is the very juicy Posca. Is it acceptable to have different drinks in your fancy tea set? I'd say so. I mean, I have so many different types of tea that, you know, we could put a lot of different in there, but also, I don't see why not. Could I bum it for a reference? If I had it on me, I would pull it out, but as I said, it is literally up at my mum's in her china cabinet, because she has a cabinet full of delicate china. So it was the safest place to keep it. I kind of need to rearrange my kitchen anyway, because it's not working for me, some areas of it. It's really hard in that I don't have a lot of cupboard space, but also certain cupboards are just inaccessible to me. So just trying to find a way to get the kitchen that works where I can actually access the cupboards too for what I need. Oh, it looks so much better now it's got the highlights. I don't drink a whole lot of tea, but cute cups. Yeah! All 4 cute cups as well. I love cute cups. This is one of my favourite coffee cups. Partially because the handle means that I'm less likely to drop it with the different grips in there. It makes it really easy to hold. It's also massive, which I love massive cups because I'd like to drink a lot of liquid. But also, it's a kitty. I got that from an op shop for $1. I couldn't even describe to you how the tea set looks. Like, I know it's floral. I'm pretty sure it's pinks and greens. Yeah, I haven't actually used it since 2018. 2017? 2016? When the fudge did I get married? Shows you how important the wedding was to me. I am fully divorced now, by the way. My favourite has a bunch of bees on it. It has a spiritual frog. Nice. Most of my favourite cups are just more for the functionality of the cup than the design of the cup. Like, this one's got a cute design, but I like the fact it's functional. My favourite cups are the functional cups. I'm too rough on my china. Like, the amount of times I drop stuff. So a lot of the time I do actually have, like, tumblers and stuff as well, so that when I drop the cups, it's not the end of the world. I hope I get massive cups. Right. Oh, completely, well, not completely, but almost off camera. I'm sure you can find some reasonable references online too. Just search like pretty tea set or something. I know, we found it on clearance. And so we decided we'd get it for the wedding. Like, that was the one thing I'm more cute about, was that it had a nice tea set for the wedding than even my dress. Like, it's like, I just want a nice tea set. Priorities. Because we did just a small afternoon tea as well, so it was like, as part of that. And then I don't think I ended up even having tea, just because I was like out of it. Cries in America. I suppose like tea sets aren't as common over there. I mean, you guys still have tea. Oh, I see all sides of the stuff you're referencing. That's valid. That's valid. I do get that. I have a sorry, I just need to stretch my hands for a minute. Doing line work always hurts. One of my new colouring books. The Kanuko Egos Kingdom of Curious Creatures. Gorgeous, gorgeous colouring book. I think it's this one. There's one that has like a tea scene and it's so cute. I mean, there's so much in here that's cute. Yeah, there it is. Look, it's got a teacup pig and it's got teacups. I know, we do have tea, but it's not as common. You have to like tea and have tea and tea stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I might have a word to my mum and see if I can grab it at some point, and we will do like a tea stream where we'll have fancy tea, but it's not like I have to get up there and then get away to get it back, which means probably bussing up and then taxiing back with the nature of what it is. So yeah, actually to see if Mum's doing the market tomorrow, but not that I wanted to bring it down on the scooter, because bumpity bumpity bump. But yeah, this is one that I also want to work in this month, and I'm still deciding, because there's a couple of like, oh, it's just so good. I need to work on her. But there's a couple of pages that I was looking at, and I was like, So there's this one here, which is like an artist bunny. I'm like, oh, I kind of want to do the artist bunny. But then it's another bunny page, actually, funnily enough. Look, Merm Cats. Where is it? Where is it? I passed it before. I quite like this one too, with the bunnies in the garden. I don't know, something about that one just really captures me as well. So, but oh, so many cute pages in here. Diana has a little tea seat where everything looks like a persimmon. Ooh. This one is one of the new Kanuko Igasar books that I got. So Kingdom of Curious Creatures. And you can actually get some of her there. I thought there was a profile on one of these about them. Yeah. She. Her. Okay. But yeah, so I got Kingdom of Curious Creatures and Garden of Fairy Tale Animals. But you can get some of her actual line work for free. I have a couple of them printed out actually, and one that I was working on. I have no idea where it's at. But I can get you the link. I know it's in the Colouring Chaos channel of the Discord if you do want some free, really cute PDFs for colouring. Not Colouring Chaos, Artist Freebies, because that's where all the free colouring pages go. That's the web page there. Copy link. Let's go to Twitch. And let's go to live. Let's go to watch. No, live. God, how do I get to my chat again? Stream manager? There we go, chat. There you go. That is where you can get some of the pages for free as well. Yeah, you do need access to a printer or a digital colouring application. But also if you just want to have a look at some of the line work and stuff as well, it's also a good idea. Yeah. But yeah, there's a couple of books, but it's Kanoko Igusa. That's the author, if you want to look it up. Yeah, I can't wait. They've been on my wish list for a while, so that was one of the things I brought with the graduation money that I was gifted was their books, because it's been I want this one for a while. So when I got the Inktense pencils, I also grabbed those, because oh my god, so cute. So cute. So yeah, that's one of the books that I want to try and get some work done in this month is the new Kanuko Igasar, and then I also want to do the Critical Role one. And I'm thinking the Critical Role one I might do as my Patreon exclusive one. But I'll start that tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. If it helps anyone, you know, there's so many wonderful free pages out there if you're wanting to get into colouring, but you don't want to buy a full book. But also means you have to be able to print them. But yeah, if you want to have a closer look at the books as well, let me know and I'll film a proper flip through and chuck it up on YouTube for you. There are a number of like pre-recorded ones out there, but I'm always happy to film one. I mean, easy YouTube content to do a flip through. Really, really easy content. But also, you know, just cute to go through a book. Yeah, I did look at printers for a while because I did think about getting one. I would want the ones that the ink doesn't smudge, and they're so much more, and honestly, at the end of the day, it actually just worked out to be a bit easier to just do printing up at the print shop every once in a while, because I don't often need to print stuff, and if I had a printer, I get the feeling I would be buying and printing out a lot more books. So by not having the printer on hand, it also helps me not do as much. Oh my god, sorry, I've just gotten like 500 emails. Okay, that's what I need. Cool. Thank you. Just information about getting additional funding for medication. Oh, come on. There we go. Alright, so let's get... Oh my god. Come on, Posca. I know. It's really dangerous to shake an open Posca over a drone. I know you're dying. I know I've used you to your extreme, but I need you to keep going. We have to finish this one. Please get pushing through. Come on, little yellow Posca. You can do it. Like me in miniatures a couple years back. Just because I can print them doesn't mean I should have. Yeah. And that's it as well, is that because at the moment, if I choose to print something, I have to think about, do I really want to print this? Because I have to mobilize to the print shop. I have to... So, I did get a bunch of stuff printed last month, which was the Rare Dragons colouring books that I brought, but also they're very different to a lot of the colouring books I own, and I actually really like having those pages because they're very simple, quick little pages, and it's quite handy to have all of them printed, so I can just flick through, choose a page, pull it out, colour, chuck it back in the folder. So that was a really good set to get printed. And that was the first time I've gotten books printed. And also, the print shop in Gisborne was a lot nicer than the print shop here, which also made a difference. Oh my god. Come on, Posca. Come on, Posca. Please make it. Send your good vibes to the Posca, because it's trying. It's really trying. Come on, Posca. Please. Oh no. Okay, got a little bit more. Oh, it's struggling. Come on, Posca. Come on. All right, let's give you a little break. Let's work on the white. Let's try and work out what I can cover in the white so I don't even have to go over it with the yellow. Yeah. That makes a difference too. If it is 3 towns away, that's a lot. Like, I have to walk, I think it's 4 blocks to the local printer here, and that's still enough. But at least I can access one here. But yeah, definitely in your situation, probably something. 3 towns over and a city. Oh gosh. Let's do you all in white because we would have made you all white anyway, so it'll save me having to go in with the yellow. Oh, even this Posca is starting to go. Still got a bit more though. You'd be white. You'd be white. A lot of that. I kind of need yellow down first for. Darn it. Oh, come on, Posca. Not in this colour. I'm probably going to have to custom make one. It's dead. Rest in peace, Sunshine Yellow 1MR Posca. You've done well. I've been using it a lot, so I'm not surprised. I just haven't been able to source it individually. This is the problem. It came from a pack. And it's a great colour, and I use it so freaking much, but I can't replace it. We'll get what little dregs we can to finish off this section, so at least this one we'll use as the same one. See, now it seems to be wanting to work because I told it to rest in peace, and now it's like, hey, we're going to let a little bit of ink out. Figures. Let's see if we can get some of these bits done that we already started on, so at least they all match. Told it to rest in peace, and it's like, hey, no, I've actually got a little bit left in me. Is that the problem? Did I just need to threaten you with retirement? Apparently so. It's still not flowing right. It's definitely on its last legs, but it's trying. Note to self, threaten Poscas. It's not coming out as smoothly as it normally does, but if it gets us to where we need to get to, I'll take it. Nope. Alright, it's given up again. We'll just give it a bit of a rest. Maybe we can try. Maybe we can just push it enough. We've only got 3 more of these crystals to go. Like, we're right on the home stretch with it. So maybe if we just give it a bit, give it a chance for the ink to just settle back in there. Maybe we can push it just enough to finish off these crystals. We are going to have to pull out some acrylics because I don't have the right green, and I need like a mid tone for this green that isn't white. So I do have to pull out acrylics anyway. And I do have my gesso paint nearby for that reason. But once I start working with the wet stuff, we can't do any more of the dry stuff. So I'm also going to have to do that on these green crystals as well, which can use a little bit more shading down the bottom here. Alright, I'll come back to that. Let's see if we can do something about this water. Actually, there's some more green crystals too. I'm probably going to have to do the same thing for all these purples too, because I definitely don't have a Posca in that colour. I have a pale purple Posca, but it's not like, I don't think it's the right colour. Let's also pull out the orange just in case. And we are going to need the blues, so while we're here, let's pull out the blues too. Because if I look at this purple, and you know what, it's a little warmer than I thought it was. Maybe it will work. Oh, that'll be brilliant. What does the pink look like? You know, we can make the pink work here too. Heck yeah, that's just made my job a lot easier. Alright, let's start by adding in some shadows. I did put a little bit of variance into this water, so we don't need a lot in here. We mostly just need to bring in some light. and decide if I'm also going to glitter the water or if I leave the water separate from the clouds. Because like, the water's kind of a reflection of the sky, which we did use the pink Posca in the sky as well on the clouds before we did the white, so. Oop, I'm not even on camera. My bad. Okay, doing a bit of timeout sketching. Don't want to do frills. The blues. Yeah, I've got 2 blues in the one email because the pastel set came with 2. So we have a light blue and then we have a glacier blue. And I think from memory, even though this one has a slightly lighter cap, it's darker. I always forget. I really need to do like a swatch card of my Poscas so I don't have to like scribble them. So I'm not going to do every line in here, but there are some main lines that I do just want to get in. Just to do some ripple highlights on this water. Don't like that, that's too bright. We're getting there though. We're really starting to get there with this page. I'm excited. Alright, let's add in some white areas, just again for that variance. All good, enjoy your lurk sandwich. So much less. Yeah. Sometimes those details though, like as time consuming as they are, they really make a page. Like doing all this work to create all these highlights and variants, it takes time, but it really helps a page pop to life having that contrast in there. I normally wouldn't just shade directly in with black, but this is a polychromos black, which has a little bit of translucency, so it actually like just adds a layer. It's also a bit of a warmer black, so it's kind of the right colour to work over the top. Alright, water. Just work some of this area around it. Perfect. Alright, I'm happy with that for the water for now. We may or may not go over that with glitter. Or maybe like a glossy varnish could be quite cool. So, if we start thinking and going across about what we've got left to work. So I've still got the red, so maybe we'll do some red. Now, I don't think from memory I used anything on the reds. I did not. We did not do any Posca highlighting. We just did pencil shading. So a lot of these like little plant details we're not going to do as detailed shading as we might have done elsewhere, because it's really just, it's almost what I consider noise. It's helping fill out the page, but it's really not the focus of our page, so we don't want it to be a focal point. So we're just going to add in some basic shading just to give some variance to the tones, but we aren't worrying too much about specific details. Just to help create a bit of depth and dimension without putting the focus being on anything in these sections. And then we'll do the same with our blue, but I may pull in some Posca for certain areas. Like these leaves feel a little bit more detailed. Now what we do have here is we have some like egg-like clusters that have some polka dots. I might just pull those out with the orange Posca just to try and bring that in somewhere else as well. We used a little bit on the mushrooms and on the edge of the orange plants, but I think using a little bit on these little bulbous growth dot things. Just a little bit of detail, but really not a lot. Again, it's not our primary focus. And I need a more orangey red. You'll work. So we can get some smoother areas in here, some of the lighter areas. Brilliant, that's that one done. We'll just do the same thing with all these little abstract red plants. Chai. Also, what? There's the sound. Sending a bit of Friday, love you, hopefully. Heck yeah! Horizon Zero Dawn. I fell in love with that game watching Samsara stream it. Such a good stream. Such a good game. But Chai, thank you so much for the bits. It's so kind of you. I spent a little bit, I mean, like 2 minutes this morning finally unpacking the last couple of things from the bottom of my suitcase, even though I've been home for a week. Just been putting off the bottom of the things, but I also had your lovely rainbow rock buried at the bottom of the suitcase, so it made its way to its permanent home now because I wanted to keep it in the patch safe. And so now it's in the rock garden by the other painted rocks. It looks so pretty. I hope you're doing well today, hun. It is so good to see you again. We are speeding along with this Alien Worlds page today. Done quite a bit, and I'm quite pleased. Yeah, we might get there. I'm not too worried. Oh, thank you. It's okay, like, there's not really too much more benefit with being partner. I'm not worried about that. I'd rather build a cool community. You know, just have my friends hang out. So, I only put the follower goals up there because I like when we hit follower goals on stream and we get that big banner across. It's fun, though, except for the last few times we keep hitting it off stream. Which is what keeps happening, so. But yeah, I just chucked it up to 525. But, meh. I know, I feel like the next one should kind of be 669. I like funny numbers. Or do we go 666? Thank you so much, Jai. I'm really liking it. I can't wait to get the glitter on there and really start making things like here, you know, really sparkle and pop and stuff. But we're getting there. We've just got a few more elements to go. So it's darken around here. I feel like if I stuck to my hair. Yeah, scheduling definitely helped. Having a regular time and sticking to those times definitely helped, but it's also, like, I understand for some people their schedules just don't allow regular streaming, and that's okay, you know. You just got to figure out what works for you and work to that. I would still like to get a third day in streaming per week. Eventually I am hoping to start a day in the weekends. By the end of this month I may have my Sundays free, maybe. But then I can start possibly look at doing some game streams as well and just make Sunday like a fun day. Because that's the other thing as well, is if I don't schedule playing games, I won't play games. So I think it could be fun to do a Sunday fun day where we just play some video games. Best kind of rock. Once again, we don't need to worry about too much detail in these reds because these are really just filler plants, complementary plants. A little bit of shading on. Yeah, I'm really cheating just using the black for shading. Like, it's really not recommended and it does actually dull your colour down a lot more. But again, these are not the like primary plants or the primary details, so I don't mind if they're a little bit more muted in the background, because again, they're just filler plants. They're just there filling out the page. We're not worried if they don't have the brightest shining focal spot, because also you don't want everything to be in focus, or else it's just going to be too intense. We are going to use some white on this thing here. I don't know what this is meant to be, but we're just going to pretend it's some sort of crystal or something, because we have done yellow crystals elsewhere. Maybe it's the start of a creature. Cool, so we're still going to go over the green plants and these blue plants down here, which do feel like they need a little bit more focal point. And then we've just got all the purple crystals. Then we can start pulling out the acrylics for those areas that I have to do on the acrylics. I was also bringing out the gold paint. We'll try finishing off the rest of this yellow guy to see if we can get a bit more out of the Posca. And then we'll just glitter the sky and it's done. Yeah. Yeah, and full-time masters is a big thing. Like, I didn't have a regular schedule while I was studying, because I knew that wouldn't be possible while studying. So the fact that you're trying to get your masters, like, right now, nah. And masters is so much more intensive as well. So yeah, fully respect you doing that as well. That's a lot. Because the original plan after I finished getting my bachelor's was to move on to my master's. That was always the original plan, and we just did not get there. Because I wanted to become a trained psychologist. And maybe even in the future look at getting my doctorate to become a psychiatrist. Like long term. But yeah, the next step was to get my master's. And well, ain't happening. But that's okay. Or the other option is to get a postgraduate diploma in art therapy. That was another pathway that I was significantly considering as well, was going for my art therapy degree. But again, things have changed because it happens sometimes. So I'm just happy seeing where we are at the moment, and I like our little thing. And this wasn't the plan, but I'm also really glad of how it's turned out. So, and that's why for me it's more important to build like a cool community rather than the numbers. The numbers don't matter. We are completely off screen once again. Yeah, the art therapy was something that I was considering, because art therapy was really cool when I was in this system myself, and I really enjoyed art therapy. Do we just have another dropout? No, it's just my screen being a poop and flinking. Okay. As long as it's not my internet dropping out, that's the main thing. But yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it'll never happen. We don't know what the future holds, but right now, I'm just happy focusing on me and health and just enjoying streaming and hanging out with y'all and doing arts. And I love seeing what people are doing while I'm streaming, and, you know, just creating a creative, fun space. I know we've got a few people doing the arts right now, and I am excited to see. I actually need to get back on my Discord and comment on all the art that's been posted that I have not commented on yet, because I just haven't had the spoons. But there's so many gorgeous art pieces that have been posted lately, and I'm like, oh, I need to get in here. Been neglecting my own Discord. But we are just about to head to another ad break. So for those of you that are about to tackle Adland for us and head into... Oh, Chai! Perfect timing as well, because now you won't get the ad break. Welcome back to the G Squad. Thank you so much for subbing, hun. There's a couple of new emotes. There's a glitter heart. There's glitter. I've got to rework the rainbow sword. I'm not happy with that one. But I liked my glitter heart. And glitter. But yes, for those of you about to head to Adland for us, thank you so, so much. This not only gives me my break, but also reminds me to stretch and hydrate, which I need to do. I haven't actually had any water today, so make sure you're all hydrating. And gets rid of the dreaded pre-rolls for us. You need to make a trans sword, heck yeah. You love the glitter heart? Heck yeah. Yeah, I need to rework the sword, the rainbow sword. But once I get the rainbow sword to a shape that I like, then I can flip it, change the colours around and turn it into a trans sword as well. But yeah, my little rainbow sword I'm just not happy with. It's too thin. It looks like a rapier or something. You know, we need like a proper sword. We want a good heavy great sword. So yeah. Oops, yep, hydration, important, yep. Everybody hydrate. And there is the ad break. Jevin, you came right in right as the ads hit. Oh no. I hope you don't get ads sound asleep. I really hope they are nice and like, you just arrived in, no ads. Nine ads. Oh my goodness. You need my latest broadsword. Heck yeah. Yay. Yay. I'm glad. 8 ads. Oh, thank you to all our ad warriors. While this is going on, I'm going to stretch. And meds. Make sure you hydrate and take your meds. Sometimes my brain commits... It's like, oops, I need 1 glass in 4 hours. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Other things can be hydrating as well, but yeah. Very behind in my water for today. I definitely need to do more water consumption today. Had a lot of caffeine. But we're getting there with this page. I'm pretty excited. We'll just finish these blue details and then we're going to start with the painted details. Alright, do your feet exercises. That was an ankle click. Oh. Yes. I could tell you what the most popular redeem is on mine. Oh, nope, that's not what I want. I want the rewards queue, please. Alright. Looks like we are reconnecting. I grabbed emergency snacks because, yeah. So 2 Degrees has been having issues with their broadband today. It had been a while since we had a disconnect, so it's been good. But yeah, we just went down again. It's definitely me. It's 2 Degrees. I've been having some issues today. Yeah, it went down again. It went down again, but it's been a while. Like, if I look at the Discord, because, of course, it's pinging every time I go live again in all the channels. It lasted about an hour that time. We'll see how it goes. If it does what it did last time and it keeps going down quite significantly, we may just have to call stream. But it seemed to be holding. I remember. Remember to mute myself. And hi, Fud. Yeah, 2 degrees is having butts with their internet. So we've gone down a couple times today. So if I randomly drop out, don't freak out. It's probably my internet. But we're going to keep on going. We're going to just see if we can go for a little longer, because we're making so much progress on this. And if I push myself, we can finish this today. I'll be pushing myself, but we can do it. So we'll get a bit into the blue. Now, I did say I pulled out the Poscas, but the Poscas are meant to be on the crystals, but then I have done a couple of the plants with the Poscas. So I think we will, just for those leaves, because they've got a bit of detail. So they feel a bit more important than some of these other plants, you know? Where it's just a shape, and we've created some texture. As you can see, I'm still big sleepy. Had big sleep in. Aww. Make sure you get some sleep, though. You're still definitely in recovery mode. Like, recovery mode can take a while. So, if your body needs more sleep, don't be afraid to get more sleep. Yeah. Yeah, that can make a difference, too. But no, it's definitely, like, I went and checked 2 Degrees website. And yeah, they did say they are having issues with their internet today, but they are working on it. So just every once in a while, it's like, nope, no internet, and disconnects me. But it comes back pretty fast. It's just a bit unstable. But of course, it's like happening on a stream day where I'm like, let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, we have one more blue thing to shade, which is just down here. Out of the way, water bottle. Oh, it's getting cold again. I might need to put on I have some other clothes around here. I should put on more clothes. I'm only in a t-shirt and then a singlet. And trackies, but we can do another layer. It is student crunch time. I don't miss it at all. I don't miss exam crunch at all. I don't miss exams at all. I didn't mind internal assignments. I liked assignments better than exams. I get I get test anxiety, so exams are just, yeah. Alright. Yeah, graduate. I got some tech. An ad for Hyundai. Okay, that's not too bad. Now again, appreciate everyone who went to Adland for us with their ad swords and battled the ads. Alright, back over here. I like the J overflow Spider-Man. I keep on getting the Spider-Man ad. I don't mind. And Burger King. I get a lot of Burger King ads as well too. Not that I have any desire to eat Burger King since when we were travelling. We went to BK somewhere, Samsara and I, and the burger I got had a hair in it. And it clearly was not mine because it was not blue. My hair's pretty distinct. Whakatane. There we go. Oh, excuse me. Whew. Oh, that was one of those sneezes that moves all your body, including your internal organs. Oh. Thank you.
Bless you, winky face closing.
Duh. I don't know why it didn't do the full thing. Maybe it was too many words, but it usually talks for longer. All good. Enjoy your lurk. Alright. This one. Amy sleazing it up. Ugh. I'm gonna need to blow my nose again. I better not be getting a cold. Not getting sick. Not getting sick. Absolutely refuse to get sick. Okay, that was dumb. I shouldn't have done those ones. Let's lighten them up. And then I'll have to do these ones, but then immediately lighten them. There we go. That'll work. Alright, there's my tissue. 2 seconds. Okay, so let's see if we can get just a little bit more out of this one. Come on, you've had a rest. Please, yellow Posca, please. Do I need to freshen you with violence again? We have 3 more crystals. You can do it, Posca. You can do it, and then you can rest forever. I won't even put you onto all the body scales, which I just remembered I was also going to do, so I'm probably going to have to make yellow paint anyway. Alright. Nah. Because I just realised I also still need to pull all them out. Alright, let's work on all these crystals. So, we've got our highlight, we've got a shadow. I should get something mid. Now, as much as I love my polychromos, I have a distinct feeling we don't have a dark grape colour. I really need to do my sample cards again. They're very very pale. See, red violet's kind of your mid-tone, which we could pull out anyway. Your manganese violet. No, actually, you're better. Let's use manganese violet. Oh. I think what I actually want is black cherry in the Prismacolors, which doesn't have the same translucency. They're a lot more opaque, so we're going to have to be quite careful, but no, that's black grape. You want the black cherry. It should be this one if we're in the correct order. We are. Use white and tint it. Yeah, if it was lighter, it would work, but it's that I don't have, it's the one thing about the polychromos is that they don't have the range of purples. It's an area that they are distinctly lacking in. Like, they've got all these, and then this is still really in the pink family to me, and these are your purples. I'm not even on camera. So you basically have about 5 purples, and even then the Delft blue is merging into the real blue family, so there's very few purples in there. If you compare it to Prismacolor, which granted Prismacolor has 150 pencils versus 120, but you've got at least that much more in terms of the purples, and you've got a lot of variances in tones here. You've got a lot of darks and lights, you've got grapeys, you've got cooler. Whereas if you look at the purples in here, you've got one on the more grapey side, and the rest of these are really on the violet blue side. So, yeah, these, as much as I love my polychromos, I do admit they need more purples. And they really badly need more purples. It is a colour I'm continually struggling with, which is why I use my Prismacolor purples a lot more, because I have a lot more variance in them. The problem is with Prismacolor is that lavender and lilac and lavender and lilac, those two. I believe these are the 2 colors that they've stopped producing, or maybe it's violet and lilac. I know, but these 2 replacements that are coming out soon, they're pretty close in terms of color. Like, one of them's got a more difference. But I actually don't mind the difference because the colours are they're different again to what I can access in my other purples. So, and that's also why I got more of the Inktense purples, because, again, it's a colour family that I am lacking in. And once again, you can see the pinky purples we've got a lot more options of, even in Inktense. And this is the 72 range. This isn't even the 100 range. So, yeah. Lilac and lavender. There we go. I thought it was the out ones. If you have white liquid acrylic, I think you can use your Inktense tint. You can. Yeah. And that's another option that I've got. I'll probably use my gesso just so it dries really, really matte like the Posca. And I have got my gessos out. Not my gessos, sorry. My gouache. I keep calling them gessos. I've got my gouache out. Now, they're shitty cheap gouaches, but it should do the job. And again, it will dry matte, so it'll be similar to the chalk marker, so I should be able to pull something off, hopefully. But it also means that I have to brush the details, which, yeah. But anyway, let's get into this. So let's start down here. Just darken the bottom of those. So not all of these crystals need like the full detail workup, but some of them are a lot more feature crystals than others. So some of them we will be going more into the shadows. Some of them, just like before when we were doing the aqua, we just do some basics. And by doing down here as well, we can do a little test and see how it looks. And then we use our white again to really bring out some highlights on those crystals. And then we'll come in with our black cherry and just darken some of those bottom areas back up. Here's our first little crystal. Oh, I am out of frame. Thank you. Much appreciated. So you missed everything I did. I just did that little one there. So we also have some like little rocks that we're just going to highlight in a few places. So like this one here is one with a bit more detail, but we'll just bring out some of these little rocks around here. I don't think there's any rocks up there really. We do have some rocks around here. Let's just get these ones done too, because these are easy. We'll just a few lines with the Poscas. Just give the illusion that there's some highlights on there, because again it's all about creating contrast. That's all I'm trying to do, is create some lights and some darks. Alright, we have little growth of crystals here, so this would be quite a good one. And then just some of these edges we bring in the white. And then we're just going to use that dark cherry, shade the bottom. And we need a little bit of separation there so you can tell that there's some dimension. Boom, easy crystals. You tried, it's appreciated. Yeah. I'm so natural, like the camera's here, so I want to like twist this way, but when I twist this way, I also want to work over here. But I need to work over here to get the camera, which means I really need to be here. So because I changed a few of my setups of the screens and stuff, so I need to get this camera actually mounted up there, because then when I'm working, I'll be like looking over there and it'll be less twisting, which is part of the problem, is that I'm twisting. So I just need to get another mount and get my camera mounted onto the same bar that I have my top camera on, but have that one pointing directly at me. And then I'll also, because currently you see my kitchen, and normally I try to have the camera so it's not framed on the kitchen, because the kitchen's usually a mess. So, and then we'll be focused more back to the angle, which it used to be, which is, sorry for anyone that gets a bit of nausea, but it'll be more like that in terms of the angle. Something around there. I don't know, I'll play a bit and figure it out. Ooh. Twisting by the pool. Yeah, it's also not good for my back to be twisting that much. But the new layout has allowed me a lot more desk room, which is fantastic. I use washi tape. That's not a bad idea, but I do also change my camera zoom in, depending on what I'm working on as well. But it's not a bad idea. Sometimes I try to like have a certain thing to the side, so I know I can't go past those points for that reason too. I also twist my work a lot though, so washi tape's quite good because it's like the marks on the desk and it won't lift. Alright, let's do this crystal. Oop, I've just seen a little bit more rock I can do. Okay, so this crystal we want a little bit more detail in, because this is a bit more of a feature crystal. So we are going to be a little bit more pedantic with our shading and our highlighting here. So I like to work dark to light. I know some people like to work light to dark. I like to work dark to light. I like to put my darks in there. Work up to my lights. But I always try to chuck down a mid-tone as quickly as possible. Or chuck down my base color, because then I can kind of work out what my lightest lights are. So when I go in with my darkest darks, I've immediately got that contrast in there, and I know like where I need to make things lighter to pull in that contrast, and I know that how dark I can go. So yeah, for me, I like to lay down as much color as possible first, even in just flat color form, and then I go in with the details and the shading and the highlighting. It's similar to what I am doing Oh, way out of reach. Way out of reach. Oh my gosh. With this page here. So first thing I did was just lay down base colours in Inktense, and yes, there's a little bit of shading when I went in there while I was working with the Inktense because I can, but it's really not about putting in shading, it's about getting as much colour down as quickly as possible, so that now when I go in with the darks, I can go really, really dark because I have no more of that white. If I do the shading when it's white, like the white becomes our lightest, and in this picture the white is not even there, like we're not seeing the white. So if I shaded with still having all that white on the page, I'm not going to shade dark enough because that white's going to be lightening what's there, and as soon as I fill in that white, everything that I've shaded dark is not going to be dark enough in comparison, so I'd have to go in and reshade everything. Yeah. Skulls, yeah, I like this piece. It's going to be a lot like now, because I've got all those light tones down, I know I can go a lot darker because I do want it to be like, despite the glitter, I do want it to be quite gloomy. So yeah, so the tree, we need to go way darker, but we've got our lights of the tree in there, and like the scales way darker, but we've got our lights of the scales in there, and then like he's neon green, he's going to be one of our light sources, so we will also do the green reflecting on stuff, and yeah. So I like it. This is for my Wheel of Prompts thing. For those that don't know on YouTube, I have a challenge to put out every month. I'm thinking about opening this up to the Discord as well for those of you that don't do colouring but do drawing, if you want to create a drawing using these prompts. But because that's what the original challenge was that it was a Twitch streamer who I did reach out and check was okay to take this concept, which they fully were because they don't stream anymore. Where I spin free wheels and it produces free random words. And when she was doing it, it was like people would draw a picture made up of these free words. But then I would colour in a colouring page using those free words as the inspiration. So that's how I've adapted it for YouTube. But I'm like, I could still put it into the Discord as a drawing challenge if you wanted a monthly drawing challenge. So yeah, this month the wheel gave us the setting of alien, the vibes of playful, and the random word was puppy or dog. So this one that I'm working on, for example, is oh yeah, absolutely. If that's something that you'd like to do, I'm more than happy. I'll even make a separate channel for it so that you can specifically put your arts in there for the challenge. But yeah, so this one is like, even though I know this is technically a ghoul, I'm kind of going like, this is an alien and they're puppas, and the playful is like, I don't want to play with these guys. That's the playful. They want to play, I don't want to. And that's also why I'd like to get this page done as well, because I feel like this is an alien puppas. Like, to me, this screams puppas. So I'd like to do these 2 pages for it. But yeah, no, if you guys are interested, I'm more than happy to open that up on the Discord, to set it up just as a creativity prompt, because that is quite fun. Yeah. I'd love to see what you guys come up with. So the and yeah, I'll do that. I'll set up something this afternoon. And if I forget, somebody ping me in the Discord and go, hey, you're going to set up the prompt thing for us. But yeah, if you want it as a monthly challenge, I can also put up last month's as well if you want it. But basically, you've got the whole month because I run them for a month. But yeah, it's been really fun to do that for YouTube because it also helps me, like having the 2 prompts. So I've got the random prompt for working in any book, and then I've got the Mythomorphia prompts that I do each month. So this month, for example, it's Centre of the Sphinx because we're halfway through the year, I'm halfway through the book, so we're working in the middle section of the book. And the middle section is technically these 2, but I'd already done these 2. So we're working on the Centre and the Sphinx, which are the 2 pages surrounding the centre of the book. So this one is one that I recently finished. It's actually tomorrow's YouTube video. And it's like star sign, galaxy, glittery. I know, it's really simple, but really effective. I really like how this one turned out. It was also really quick, which we also love. So yeah, so that's my Centaur page. And then one of the pages that we also need to work on is this Sphinx page as well. So we're going to do a fun Egyptian page, Egyptian inspired page. I am still not sure what we're doing for it. I don't have any idea in terms of colours or themes or how we're going to do this. I'm probably going to use gold, and that's about it. That's about all I know. So yeah, if you got some ideas, let me know. And then we've got the ghoul page I'm working on, and I have a siren page that started last month that I'd like to finish. And then if I can, I need to try and get one more page out, and that will be 7 pages of Mythomorphia this month. You love our prompts? Yeah, I find it really fun. Like it's really fun doing the prompts, and like, I mean, a lot of the prompts that I partake in are obviously colouring themed, so it's like either working in Mythomorphia or things that I can do for Mythomorphia. Like this one, for example. I mean, I'm doing this page for me, but there's also Happiness Colours Kerby, who's a lovely YouTuber who loves Kerby books and is one of the ones that started with another massive colouring YouTuber. They did the collaboration for every artist colouring every page of this book, which that video's on YouTube, and it's amazing to see how people have coloured this book, to see every page coloured. But yeah, like one of her things this month is she's doing a crystals prompt where you just colour any page with crystals in Kerby. So they're quite fun for that sense. You can find a lot of prompts like that where it's like, colour something with crystals, colour something purple, colour something starting with G. So mine's a little bit more specific, like here are the 3 elements that you need to combine in a way with a colouring page. But I really like the Wheel of Prompts. But yeah, I am fully happy to set it up in the Discord, and maybe we can even, like on the final live stream of the month, we can do like a little flick through of all the submissions on the YouTube from the Discord within the Twitch stream or something, if you are all happy to show off the artwork as well, because that can be fun too. And it's early enough in the month that we can do that, and you've still got plenty of time. Oh gosh, how are we about to start ads again? Because we had the disconnect. Right, let's hit snooze. And let's snooze that for at least 15 minutes. Actually, I won't use all my snoozes in case I get disconnected. Heck yeah. Yeah, if you don't see the channel appear this afternoon, just ping me and remind me and be like, hey, Wheel of Prompts, and I will be like, oh yeah, and get that sorted. Just because I've got a lot of things to do this afternoon. And then somehow if I can summon the energy, I've got a show to make it to tonight. Because they've offered me a seat to see the show tonight. Which I would really like to do. It just really depends on energy levels. And if I get all the other stuff done that I wanted to get done as well. Yeah, because it's the final of We Will Rock You tomorrow night, which is the theatre production that I did the lighting for before I went away, and then I'm doing door management tomorrow night with the cast to make sure the cast is signed in and keep track, health and safety type stuff. But yeah, the lighting team messaged me and they're like, hey, you're coming to the show tonight, it's the final night and you can see it and it's really cool and we've really got the lights down now. So yeah, and it's sweet because they actually like reached out about it as well, because they're like, we haven't seen you all season, because I haven't been here all season, and because all my work was before the spots even got there, so it's like I haven't even met half the spots this year and stuff. So yeah, part of me is like, I really kind of want to push myself just to kind of meet up with everyone again and be like, hey, how you going? But I'll see how I go. I said I'd see how I feel this afternoon and let them know. And if I'm feeling alright, like if I go down for a nap and then work and then go to the show, it should be alright. Oop, nope, that's not what we're doing. Right, so I think apart from those ones up there, it's all those little ones there. So let's just get these little ones done and then we'll focus on those big ones up there. Since we're working down the bottom here. Now you're going to wait 15 minutes. That's absolutely fine. That's absolutely fine. I like, you know, if you have to work or, you know, you've got real life stuff to do and you can only lurk or, you know, you just can't make it to stream. That's absolutely fine. Like, I fully appreciate you spending your time here, but it's not an obligation. We've got life. Things happen, you know? But I really appreciate when you all have the time and you want to hang out and interact and stuff because it's fun. It's really fun hanging out and chatting with you all and doing the arts and seeing what you're up to. And I know I've been really bad on the Discord and haven't really been interacting much lately because I've just kind of had to not. But yeah, we're getting there. And I can't wait to see what everyone's up to. And I'm really excited now that suggested doing that prompt for you guys as well because I can't wait to see some alien puppers. I have quite a few different books that I could pull alien puppers from too, so I have more books I could do, but I mean, do I really need more colouring books this month to work in? Like the list of what I already want to work in? Oh my gosh. Yeah, absolutely not. Go for it. Go for it at any stage. Like, I try to wait for those things for breaks too, but honestly, if I've got to go, I'm going. Like, you know, I could have waited to go grab my charger for my vape or all those sort of things. If I can, I'll try and wait for a break. But if you can't, you got to go. And just go. Lunch is done, so slowly start getting ready for work now, but happy to be able to stop by and say hi. I really appreciate you being here, Chai. Thank you so, so much. Not only for subbing, but also for your bits as well. Really, really appreciated. Hugely. Like, cannot express how much at the moment. So, thank you so, so much. I hope you have a wonderful day at work, and yeah. And I'm going to remember to do this, because I'm trying to get better at doing this. Shout out at Chai. Ha ha! Remember to do it. If you're not already, you should be also following Chai because she's a really cool Kiwi streamer who's also studying to be a geologist, getting masters, so knows a lot about rocks. Lots of really cool stuff. And also they're playing Horizon Zero Dawn, and if you watched Horizon Forbidden West on Samsara's channel, it's the first game for that, and it's Aloy again, and we all love Aloy. Yeah. Oh, itchy nose. Yeah. I'm trying to remember to be better at, like, shouting people out, so. FUD as a mod, you can also do the shout out commands as well. You can only do it once every 2 minutes because that's what Twitch dictates, but yeah. Feel free to shout out cool people. Always, I'm more than willing to shout out cool people because that's the other thing as well. Is like with streaming, one of the big things was to focus on community, but also that means embracing other people's community, but also shouting out and creating community for other streamers because sometimes the hardest thing is also just finding a place on Twitch. Like, there's a lot of voices on here, so if I can shout people out and go, hey, this person's cool, you should check them. Alright. We're back. Sorry, I forgot to mute. Well, one bonus is that we won't be moved into the ad break early because it's now another 30 minutes until the next ad break because they changed the timer thing because of all the disconnects. Good thing I didn't use up all my snoozes. But also, Yeah, we got to reset, but ugh. I put chaos in the title and I have internet problems. You know, this is happening every time I put chaos in the title, because the last time was like feeling chaotic today, and that is when we had the massive internet outage and I was on the phone for 45 minutes. So maybe I shouldn't call my streams chaotic. You're summoning the chaos? We can summon the chaos. We can summon the chaos indeed. Wow, it's going slow. It's still unstable. Or the chaos.
Chaos.
I demand chaos. Demand it. Yeah. Yesterday I was talking with Fad, and I was saying, reading something where it had the word written mayhem, and I was describing it as chaos, and I called it mayos. It's like, yeah, it's the mayos. It's mayhem and chaos. That's what we're in now. Mayos. Mayhem chaos. I liked that one. It was a good one. It had like a good upbeat vibe. It also reminded me a lot of Kingdom Hearts for some reason. I kind of want to play Kingdom Hearts again. It really is. I wonder if I can find it. Crystals. I love all the crystals. So what I have to kind of figure out is if I am going to put any highlighting on the rest of the ground. When I coloured the ground, I did leave a lot of like shading in there on purpose, so I wouldn't really have to go back and add too much, like just a bit of depth in some areas where I wanted it darker. But yeah, if I want to bring out some of these things. But we also have like the little rocks that are being brought up as well, so in fact I've just spotted a couple more. And I mean, we can always add in more as well. So we have a little crystal formation here, and again this is just a simple one. We have a rock, we have some more crystals here, and another simple crystal formation here. Yeah. Crystals are looking so good. Thank you. I love the Crystal Kingdom. I really love the Crystal Kingdom in this book. And since it like decided to make each kingdom like its own color scheme, I'm just really excited to get more of this book done, so you can really start to see that. Like, You can kind of see it at the moment with here, though we still need to like make it match a bit more. So the glitter sky will help, and then our green glowing crystals will help as well. Then I should probably also shade our little astronaut, but I do want to keep him very, very light because, you know, our tiny little astronaut. Look how tiny he is. He's so dirty. What do tick in the Eiffel Tower both? They're both parasites. That's a good one, Ryder. That's good. Well done. So small, so small, so small. Which, when you look at this page in comparison, like, how tiny are these things? But then when you also look at this and you see this dog and this mushroom, and then you see this mushroom here, it also gives you a size comparison for the dog, which I like as well. And then the other things in the Crystal Kingdom is we have creatures in crystal, which, oh, that's going to be fun. And then we have this one here where you've got the Crystal Kingdom on the back of an alien. Like, that's going to be fun too. So, and then the other one is just this page here, which is just tons of crystal, which my Poscas. But yeah, so once that's all done, that's the Crystal Kingdom. And like I said, I do, not that I will move on, apart from the alien puppas, the next one that I want to do after that is actually this one, which is part of the Air Kingdom. And this is the kingdom that I want to do with yellows for the sky. And yeah. Yay! Well done! Thank you! Cool. So just remember as well that there's 2 shout outs to do. So you've done the bot one, which explains what they were streaming last, which is the exclamation one. There's also / shout out, and it should come up as a menu. And then you can put Ryder, and that's the one that produces the heart in the chat as well. You don't have to do that at all for Yes And, by the way. Shout outs are not done on Yes And, just so you're aware. But yeah, here I try to do both. But yes, if you're not already, yes, that's correct. Yeah, so / is Twitch, and this is how I remembered it. / is Twitch commands, exclamation is bot commands, and that's how you differentiate them. So anything that I do with a / is Twitch itself, anything with an exclamation is the bot. But yes, if you're not already, you should be following Ryder as well. They're very chill streams. Very, Ryder doesn't have a mic, so it's just like hanging out and watching games, or guitar, or arts, and it's really cool. I got to sort of lurk yesterday while Assassin's Creed was playing, so that was just playing in the background while I was doing a bunch of stuff. It was really cool. Good sort of lurky background streams. I need to catch one of your guitar streams. Yeah. It's something to consider because, like, if you do want to engage, it's a lot easier than you having to stop and type a message when you're playing a game, particularly if it's a game that involves, like, action sequences where you can't type in that. But also, there are people who stream with no mic, and there's people that actually like no mic streams because it is just about the game or, you know, whatever the stream is about instead of being about the interaction. And some people like that, and sometimes that's what I look for. That's why I quite like sometimes going to DJ streams, because it's literally just about the music. And they're great just background streams. And that's why you'll see I've had like the last few followers have all been DJs as well, because I've been hanging out in DJ streams. Yeah. It'd be really cool to connect with some DJs and do a DJ art stream where you're just doing art, but you've got the DJ also playing in the background. So you get like custom vibes music while you're working. That would be cool. I should do it again. Art kind of took over and started doing more art and less music. Yeah. I did say I would like to get a guitar to help with my hands as well, when I could get my hands back to a point, because I think like re-practicing chords and stuff would help with my hand positioning and my hands. So yeah, eventually I'd like to also get back into guitar. I still have my original music folders in my cupboard as well somewhere. My gosh, back in the day. Yeah, itchy nose. A ukulele. Yeah, could be fun. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking as well. Not joining a band. Dear God, I don't have time for that. But just like the learning of the movement and the hand positions and stuff. And also, I miss having a musical instrument. You know, I really liked playing guitar. The only reason I stopped was moving away from school for the lessons. But then I just didn't have access to a guitar. And like my mum still has her guitar, which is what I learnt on, and it's not like she ever plays it, so I could be like, yo, can I take the guitar just to try practicing my hands again? I should just make a list of things that I want to alleviate from mums and be like, hey mum! I don't even know where the guitar is in the house anymore. But that would be a good way, because then I don't actually have to buy a guitar, because I can just borrow her one, which is a really good guitar, and just learn again and see how my hands are. Yeah, this is not an electric one. This is a acoustic guitar. Steel stringed. Good quality though. Beautiful sound. Can't tell you what brand it is, but I know my mum got it when she was I think a teenager. And yeah, still going. Still, again, good quality guitar. Good quality instrument will last, especially when it's taken care of, so. Probably needs tuning because it has been a while since anyone's played it, but that's easy enough to do. I usually indicate to... Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. I like that. Alright, we have a couple more crystals down here, and then we have the ones up here. Then all the crystals are done, and then we just have all the paints. Oh my gosh, I can feel we're on the home stretch and it's just like pushing me on to get like more and more done because it's like, yes, I can see it. I can see us like, again, if I really push myself today, we can get this finished. But I also don't want to rush it, you know, because again, we're close to the end and we don't want to ruin it here. But also, we're close to the end. So close. Keep going. Will do. Alright, we'll do this little one in here. Oh, we will, however, just blend out these a bit more because these ones are very subtle. These ones are mostly in shadow, so I like that one though. Alright. Thank you. Again, we've got a couple of crystals to go. We'll pull out the gouache. We'll get the yellow made for this. We'll get the spots done on here. We'll get the green made for that. Get the spots done on there. Get the green of the crystals done, but they're also glowing. But I need to do some lightning first before I can do the glowing. We've got all these swirly patterns, which I think I was going to pull out gold. I'm still undecided if I want to do the gold or just leave the swirly patterns as patterns. Then we have to glitter the sky, get the glitter to dry, finish the glow effects, and it's done. So it's a push, but it's possible today. I think I'm awake enough to do my profile pic. If you remember where to, oh, you put a heck yeah. Sometimes it's good to take a break from stuff though, and then you come back to it. You know? I don't know why I turned that around. We need to work upside down for these ones. Alright. I'm glad you had something else to be creative with. Like, sometimes it's good to just find a different creative endeavor as well. That's why I do bounce around with like crochet and like The Sims. I even view as a bit of a creative thing. D&D is definitely creative. It just uses different creative fibers, and it's good sometimes to have those alternative creative endeavors for when you just don't feel like doing the art, you know? Right, so we also have a bunch of the little crystals on here that we'll also be bringing out. That definitely needs to be made white around there. I was worried that this purple wouldn't be right, but the purple actually matches the light purple really perfectly, so it's actually surprisingly good. can feel my hands going, we've done too much outlining. Suck it up, hands. Suck it up. But also we are coming up to an ad break. That little one. Right, that's all purple. Sorry, I can see chat's moving. I promise I'm going to catch up with it. I just want to get this section done before the ads. Concentration mode activated. Yeah. Happy with that. Did I miss any little ones? I missed that one up there. Let's do that one. None across there. Woohoo! Alright. Cool. So, right in time for the ad break. The ad break is about to start any second. We're going to take this time to stretch and hydrate. Oh! And I'll see you all in 3 minutes. Stretch. Oh, let's put that down. Oh, there we go. There was a crack. Oh, more cracks. More cracks. Remember to mute. We're just about out of the ads. 20 more seconds. You done with your ads? Fantastic. We have like 5 more seconds. Yep, and we just finished right then. Welcome back. Thank you so much for sitting through Adland. Helped me get a little bit of my hand stretches in. Grab some snacks. Let's finish this as the music like really starts pumping. I know, I'm just in a mood for this sort of robotic noise today. Maybe it's because I've been reading Cinder. Alright, so this one's going to be a little bit more difficult because we're working, once again, in the grease. Grease always makes things more difficult. Oh, my hair is not part of the drawing. Alright. Alright. I hope you're seeing some progression. Like, I know what I've done, but also someone coming in might look at it and go, you haven't actually done anything, but I have, but it's just a lot of highlighting. But at like first glance, it probably doesn't look a lot different because it's really just highlighting and shadows, but it's also like really important to help define the piece. Yeah, there's a couple of people I've met who are fairies, and they're so lovely. Like, you know what? I understand it. I understand wanting to escape into another character, and they've just chosen an animatrophic? I can't think of the word. Anamorphic? Animorphs! I never got to read that series. Yeah. Yeah, I've read something recently about a costume that someone had commissioned. It was like $500 just for like the base of it or something after they had designed it. And I was like, I can see why. But also, you know, the understanding that there was value in that and commissioning that. So, really cool to see. I don't think there's anything weird about it. Like, I understand it. It's a different aspect of wanting to slip into a character or a cosplay. You know, it's just a different facet of it. Hey, Nico. Hello. Welcome in. How are you going today, hun? We are making significant progress on that. Process? It is a process to make progress. Wow, I'm starting to do that thing with my words. But yeah, we're getting this done. I am determined. We are pushing. Right. One more crystal set, and then all the crystals are done. Yeah! Home stretch. Home stretch of the crystals. Yeah. Also, welcome back, Sandwich. I forgot to say that. But also, welcome back. I really should... I have on my list somewhere to make an unlurk command, so you can be like, I'm back. But you can also just be like, I'm back. Oh my god, I've got so many messages. I'm just quickly deleting a bunch of them. Okay. Yeah. Debating if you want to watch a movie or not. I'm debating foods. Yes to everything. I've just done way too much outlining there. That's okay. We will compensate by doing way more white highlights. Just pretend it's like really in the light. Which is accurate for like a crystal formation on the top of a hill, probably getting a lot of the sun's light. I don't know how many suns this place has. And we can also go back in there, and I need to do this over here too. And just tone down a couple of areas. And we'll do the same over here. I think we're done the crystals. That's all the crystals. Alright. Now, I did pull it out somewhere. Thought I had it around here somewhere. Gosh. I have a chopping board that I sometimes use as a palette. I've got a couple of them, but one of them I use with paint. I was using it last night, and then I went live, and I moved it off the desk. And I have no idea where I put it. And I hope I did not put it somewhere where the possibly still wet paint can be contaminating stuff. I have other things I can use. Oh! I missed the alert, but oh my gosh. Sandwich, thank you for the follow. The continuation of your sub. I don't know why that's just popped up now. I feel like you did that a little... I haven't got that in my alerts down here, but I've got it in my alerts on there. I think my alerts might be broken again. It yelled at me, so I did it. Oh. Oh, thank you. It is greatly appreciated. Don't take the fact that I'm distracted as well, looking for this thing. Disregard my appreciativeness, because I am very appreciative of your sub. Enjoy your ad-free viewing, your emotes. And thank you for helping support the channel. Alright. Oh. Scrap paper it is. I have no idea where the palette is. I'll figure out where I put it later. I put it somewhere. Wow, I got a lot of notes on that piece of paper. Probably shouldn't put that on stream just in case. I'll use you. The anniversary is in 3 days. Okay, so it might say in 3 days that you can share, because that's when you'll move into month 2 and your no colour pencil will get its first colour of red. And then orange, and then yellow, and then green, and then blue, and then a purple, then a pink, and then full rainbow. Okay, so let's start by getting yellow. So I need fine paintbrushes, please. Whoa. That's way more than I wanted to pull out, but we need to mix it in a bit. That's all good, Fud. I appreciate you being here. You never ever have to feel like you need to subscribe. You can also use the channel points that you earn to unlock emotes for 24 hours if you do want a specific emote for a while. But you never ever need to feel obliged to pay to be here, because that's not the point of why I stream. I stream to hang out with people while I do the arts. And for people who do choose to subscribe or donate or anything like that, it's really appreciative. And I try to use whatever I get from stream to put back into stream to make stream better for everybody. But not like, it's not a paid service type thing, you know? Subbing just also means that you don't get the ads, you get to support me a little bit. trying to think of what else I can give for subs. I mean, I finally got some emotes done. I need to fix up that rainbow sword. But, yeah. Alright, now things get scary because now I have to paint details. I already hate this paintbrush. Where are my good liners? Did I remove you all from here? Which would be the smart thing to do. Ooh, that's right. I've got all the new ones in here. Maybe one of them will work, because I know I brought some really fine ones. Thought I brought another one. Yeah, I brought a flathead. Oh well. However, I think that one may be more what I'm after. Subway sandwich. I am not looking forward to brushing my hair. I've been living in plaits, which is why it's got the wave and the texture right now, which I like. I like having texture in my hair because it sits so flat otherwise. But it's because I haven't brushed it. Fun fact, if you see my hair all wavy on stream, it's because I haven't brushed it. Alright, you are way too white. We need a bit more yellow in it than that, please. Oh, I hate having to paint details. I don't mind painting dots. Doing that in paint will be fine. But anything like this, where I have to do line work, ugh. If you haven't gathered, line work is not my specialty. And because I'm having to paint it, it's also going to take way longer than if I could just use the Posca. Maybe we should try the Posca again. Maybe it can sense its replacement and it will step up to the plate and let us just finish off these crystals. I just need a little bit more out of the Posca. It's so close. Okay, well, it'll work. Like, we have an alternative. It will work. And then we can bring in the white. Because I can't go over this this paint with the paint pens. Unless I get it fully dry, so I also have to start bringing in the white. Like, it's not as clean, but it's there, you know, and it ties in, which is the main thing. Would I even throw that Posca? There. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Fud. I knew this Posca was dying. I knew it was going to be a challenge to get what I could. Yeah, nah. She gone. It's gone. It's fine. Luckily, we got most of it done. I don't mind doing like the texture here in paint because that's just blobs. That's easy. It's just the line work. It's an absolute nightmare. But it's got to be done. It's the home stretch. But it also may mean I move into concentration mode, so... Okay, last of this, and then we can clean up. Hopefully I can even get maybe a little bit of the white Posca just to do some finer lines and stuff in there. I don't know. We're just kind of making it up and hoping for the best. Okay, now we want some of this slightly paler over the top, just to it's so shaky compared to the other area, but it still needs that sharp white. It needs the pure white with the Posca, so I am going to have to go over it in certain areas with the Posca. But if I work like little dots instead of straight lines, I think it should work, and I might have to pull those lines out with Posca too. But there's enough on there that I think it'll work. I think we've managed to save it. So let's get into here and just get these scales done. So this part's way easier because we're literally just blobbing on some tone. There's a slight opacity to the paint, which is actually what we want. We want to have some detail coming through. Oop. I pulled out way too much paint. It's okay, we're still going to make some green, so we'll find a use for it. those top edge ones do a little brighter. Oh, completely off frame again. Alright, a little bit more yellow. And then, even though it's slightly different up here, we are just going to add in some little white spots very subtly. Again, the camera's probably not even picking this up, but it's one of those things where in person you can see the difference. It's kind of picking it up a little bit on the camera, at least on my screens. Just add a little bit of texture just in those areas where it's a bit lighter, and then I won't feel like I need to go over the pattern because we've got a bit of texture. A little bit around here. And then I think we need a little bit on the face, and we can step away from this one for a minute. So we have all these little dots on the face. Oh, that was a bit more intense than I anticipated. Luckily, easy to smash out. Alright, we might go in and add some pure white dots afterwards, but I also, like, we can go really over the top with the white dots. So, we're going to do anything with the tufts. Actually, if I'm going to do it, it's better to actually do it in the paint, because I can pale it right out then. And we can just add a real subtle highlight that's blended. Rather than the Poscas, which, as much as I love the Poscas, they are very crisp highlights. Sometimes you just want a more subtle highlight. Again, you probably can't see a difference, but it's one of those things that I know. Alright, I like it. And I don't feel like I need to go over those lines now because I've added in that texture, which is a good thing to note, and maybe something we can do on the other ones. Because we still have the eggs up here, but if I add that same sort of slight speckled texture to it, so you get a bit of variation, then I don't mind the lines being there, you know? But for now, I need a little bit of green. So there is actually a green in here. These are really cheap gouache paints, by the way. These are not like good quality artist paints at all. The Reno Art, who make the glitter gel paint that I use too. The really cheap, nasty paints, but surprisingly a lot of their stuff's pretty reasonable for the price. Like, It's definitely cheap stuff, but again, sometimes that's all you need. Alright, we need a bit more yellow in there because I actually need more of a lime green. I think that'll be alright. We may need a bit more white. Pull up some white up there. Right, this one we're just doing dots on, so... Oh, no, we're using the white. We need the green. Yeah, no, we do need to lighten that a bit more. So doing the same thing again. We're just going to add in some dots. I am on camera. Yep. Just create a bit of texture in these wings. Yeah, I hate that too. I'm already starting to get roots, and it's like, I want blue, perfect dark blue here forever. Yeah. And we're starting to go more green at the top again too. But I also didn't lift mine enough at the top this time. Because I actually ran out of bleach. But we got it to a point where I could cover it enough. It wasn't enough to really get in there and really lighten it. But it did the job. I just want your hair back faster. We all just want hair. We all just want something with our hair. I want your curls. God, your curls are gorgeous. Ooh. I have not brought any wigs because I find, like with hats, I have issues with hats fitting on my head. So I think it's going to be the same with wigs. So that's why I don't wear wigs. Otherwise I would have so many wigs. And I would just like, every time I streamed it would be a different wig. Unless there was a day I didn't feel like a wig. Oh, way too much paint there. Crap. Crud, crud, crud. It's okay, I think we got it. I'm working with the slightly darker green now. Right, a little bit more intense lime green for just a couple of areas. Ah, crud. It's okay, I managed to lift most of that off. There we go. So it's just a subtle difference, but it helps remove that lines and adds differentiation. Oh my gosh, words. Alright, so while we have this green, we also need to go over all our green glowing plants, because this is also our lighten, because I don't have the color. So this will be our light green, and then we'll use the white, and we'll pull out some green Prisma, because I have some light neon green Prisma, and we'll use that to really start creating those sharp highlights and create some glow around these. Am I in frame? Just. Oh my god, my hands. Come on. Shaking so much. We're so close! We're so close, everyone! These ones are actually meant to be yellow. Forgot about these ones. Because they're tucked right on the side here. So that ones I'm going to have to go back over with the white Posca. But, or at least lighten. Okay. Alright, so we have little green ones down here. These ones are the simple ones. I went too thick there. Yeah. We'll just extend the crystal. You guys won't tell. We just will make that crystal a little bigger. It was totally always that big. I didn't just extend it to use up the excess paint I accidentally blobbed on there. Here we go. There's a little fibre cord in it. Cool, that's that one. I got these little ones down here. I hope the white Posca does go over this because I'm kind of relying on the white Posca here a little bit. There's a yellow one that I missed. I'm just gonna do, because I've done no shading on this, I'll just do some lights. That'll work. Alright, back to our green. We need more white in here. Okay. Just got down here. Really need to find like a pale lime paint pen. So much easier. We're managing, but so much easier with a paint pen. Cold. Sorry, I know I'm not engaging in chat. I'm in absolute concentration mode right now to try and make sure I don't muck this up. God, how do we have ads in 16 minutes already? Has it been nearly another hour? My God, it's nearly 2:30. That's why. That's also why I'm feeling shot. Oh, I want to keep pushing on though. Okay. So that's all the green done. So let's get this little bit of orange done. Then I can blast it with the hairdryer. And then we can get the white Posca done. And then we can do the glitter. And we're green and we're done. Like, so close to being done. Alright. We really just need the tiniest touch. I don't want all the... Where's the actual paint? There. Way too much. Bunch of white, bunch of yellow. Tiny amount of vermilion. Okay, a little bit more than that. Okay, dab off the excess. Am I in frame? I am. And we'll just bring in some speckle texture. Now I could technically pull out the Posca to do this, but the Posca is so opaque and this has a little bit of translucency. And that's, like, I still want to see the lines and shading and stuff underneath. I just want to add some texture. And in certain areas we can go way more opaque. And it's like a subtle difference between the two, but it's one of those things where it makes a difference. Like you can see it's just got a little bit more shape and dimension and texture versus that, which is just like a harsh outline. Oh, good. Enjoy your coffee. Oh, way too much. Should be careful because I've got wet paint all over this and I'm just splaying my hands everywhere. In fact, maybe I should be working upside down. Oh, sorry. There was logic to me working upside down here. Oh, God, I went too thick with it again. It's okay. It's okay. There's no panic. There's no rush. Just adding in some texture. And then we'll just go a little bit more opaque near the top here. Which is fine because it's right by the highlights. We could probably come in and add some white to that too. Heck you! Alright, let's move all that wet paint clearly out of the way. I'm going to mute you guys for a moment and make sure I don't knock everything off my desk when I pull out the hairdryer that lives here. There you go. It's buried beneath pain meds and all sorts of stuff. Alright, I'm going to mute you guys for a moment and blast this. It is really expensive to hire graduation regalia. Really is. Which is why I'm so paranoid about ruining mine with blue hair dye. I'll see you guys in a second. Alright. Damn! Mine was only 65 and that was expensive enough. Alright, let's get these sharp white highlights in there. Where's my juicy one? Are you my juicy one? You're my juicy one. Not even in frame again, Amy. Luckily it didn't take long to dry because it was mostly already dry because it's squash and it dries pretty quickly. And the white Posca is going on top of it beautifully. Fantastic. Cool, that's those ones done. Now we can clean up some of this paint edge. I think that'll work. Can't even tell. Yes! Saved it, even though we ran out. got a crystal here. Do I still have the black out? I do. Just want to darken some of these areas. It's looking very flat. Just subtly, not a lot, but... yeah, that's better. Alright, I got these little ones down here. Really don't need a lot. Just kind of need the tops outlined. And then same with this one. Crystals are extending even further. It's way more, like, I'm shocked. Do you get any of it back on return? Is it like they'll refund you some, or is it 125, no, nothing back? Damn. That's insane. Yeah, like I said, mine was 65 for the Bachelor Regalia. 45 for the diploma, and then yeah. Yeah. I wish I could give a solution, but I can't. But also I know how, like, awesome it is to dress up in that regalia and feel, like, proud of graduating, you know? So it's a sucky expense, but it's also really cool. But I hope you can figure it out, because I know that's a lot. I'm just going to add a couple of lighter, not too many because this is too fine for the other ones. You want to fade those out. Just a little bit of contrast. Oh, guess what? Glitter time! Glitter. Where did I put my black opal paint? Right here. Alright, let's glitterify this thing. Let's make sure our brush is really, really freaking clean. And then actually clean the other one. I need to change this water. It's okay. And that one's done. Alright. It is indeed. Thank you, Sci-Fi. Just look at that. Look at that glitter. So what I am using is, it is just cheap glitter paint by Reno Art, but it's the black opal color and it's absolutely beautiful. Ugh, I'm already like, look at it. Alright. My gosh, we're gonna finish this today. I mean, I might have like another coat of glitter to do after stream or something, but we're gonna finish this. Like, we just have to glitter it, and then I just have to do some glow effects, which really don't take long because the majority of it's done. We're just doing the glow, which I probably should have done before I did the glitter. I always take it again. Thank you, Sci-Fi, and welcome back, Fud. Thank you, Fud, for that one as well. Because we absolutely are in the final countdown. We are about 4 minutes away from ads. When the ads play, I probably will just continue painting through it because I'm literally just dabbing glitter onto a page. So just to keep us going through the ad break, I probably will just keep working through it just so we can get there, because like, we're already over time with the stream, but also I want to finish this. We're so close. We're so close to finishing it. If I didn't have all the technical issues, I probably would have finished it already. I do have to figure out what we're going to work on next on stream. Do we do the Egyptian page? Do we do alien dog page? Like, are you sick of aliens? You want to see the Sphinx? Or you want to see some more aliens as we work on the dog? Aliens riding the Sphinx. Broadband, welcome back. You like aliens? You don't get sick of them easily? You've joined us right at the end. We are still going, but we are so close to being done. Alright, and you're joined us right as the ad break's about to start too. So sorry. So like I said, I am just going to keep working through this ad break because we are so close and I'm just literally plonking glitter on a page. Oh my gosh. Big Ben. I might have had a terrible pie for breakfast. It's quite often a stream breakfast because I might have to pop down and get like an energy drink and then I will grab a pie too, even though it's a terrible breakfast, but also it's a really good stream breakfast. Because it's just ready to go, wolf it down, keeps me going. Mystery meat and cheese. Mystery meat. I had, oh god, I don't even remember what brand it is, but it's the chili beef. Because they had no pepper steak. I was going to buy one from the actual proper bakery that was near where I had to go for some other errands before stream, but they have actually closed down and they've closed their business, which is understandable because their pies aren't great. I would have gone to the good pie place, but that was the other way and I did not have spoons for that by the time I had got in the bits that I had to get before stream, so it's just a dairy pie. Steak and onion is good too. My favourite was a pie that I used to get years ago and I've never seen it since. There's a little local pie company that made it and it was pepper steak and garlic. Oh, it was so good. You got video now, Side Pie? Fantastic. It might have just had a glitch on the ads or something. Because we are still technically in ads, but like I said, I am just working through these because we're so close to being done. I love this black opal colour. Such a good glitter gel. Like I said, it is just terrible cheap paint, but it does the job. I have a couple of their pink colours. I actually picked up an extra one today because figured why not. I use them a lot, particularly when they're in big areas, so because it means I don't have to pull out my expensive stickers for big areas. And like for $3 a tube, it's like nothing to grab them. They're like 4 times the size of my stickles, so my stickles are like $4 a bottle. Yeah, there's a bakery in the Richmond Centre, which is like a block and a bit from here. It's really not far, but it was just the complete opposite direction of what I had to go in this morning to get all my stuff before stream, and honestly, by the time I got all that, I just didn't have spoons, so I just went to the dairy, which is just right beside me, basically. Yeah, might have. Alright, anywhere that we've missed. Oh. A little bit around here. I think we've got everywhere on this half. Alright. Ooh, other side. Carefully switch it around. Yeah, I know some people actually really like steak and kidney. Like, that was a bang. I've never had it. Like, I'm not opposed to it. I'll try it. I just never had it, and I don't want to buy it and then not like it. So it's just a waste, especially if it's got the flavors that I like. So. Oh, working in the crease. I always hate working in the crease. But I also hate not working in the crease and having like a big obvious crease line. Which is something I'm going to have to do. When I finish Mythomorphia, I'm going to have to spend a little bit of time just going through and fixing pages, because there are pages I worked on before I split the book. So there's like this obvious line. There's some pages that just need cleanup and stuff like that. So. No. Brushwork. Okay. Carrying on. Local bakery kept selling out of pies before the lunch break had even finished. Oh, well, that's a good sign for the bakery, but also maybe make some more. There's a tiny little bakery. I don't get to go to it often, but they have these gorgeous donuts, and they always sell out at like 10 o'clock of them. They don't make many of them, though. But they're also a tiny bakery, so. Wow. $7.50. I still begrudge paying $4 for a pie. Oh, except most places now, like $5 is the new norm. I remember when pies used to be $1. That's how old I am. I remember going to the dairy and getting dollar pies after school with my pocket money. And then when I went to high school, my second high school, you could go to the cafeteria tuck shop place, and they had cans of fizzy drink and pies, and they were each $1 because they were a poorer area. So they had, it's not great food, but at least like $2 you could buy a lunch. Yeah, the good old days. You remember the dollar Irvings or Big Ben's? Yep. Yeah, back in the day. Back in the day. Mystery meat pies. Yeah, Georgie pie. Oh, there's some memories down the lane. Alright. I need to bring this closer so I don't accidentally dribble glitter where I'm not meant to dribble glitter. When I went to Panawaita's Pies, it was a petrol station. The tradie P and pie and V. I read that the wrong way around. Yeah. I mean, that's essentially what I did for breakfast, was a pie and a monster. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, you wouldn't have the kiwi pies anyway, because we're talking about savoury meat pies here. Because that is like just that sort of like gas station, local shop food that you can pick up for really cheap. But, you know, it does the job. Yeah, same with me. I've got a dairy literally underneath me. I've got a couple of places nearby me. If I can mobilise just over a block, there's a really good bakery with pies. So that's where you get the good pies from. But if I can't mobilise, it's like, yeah, dairy under me if I'm desperate. Try not to. They're not really the greatest foods. They're not really things I should be eating. But also, like, this morning I just had no time for breakfast and I actually felt hungry before stream, so it's like, yeah, we'll just grab a pie. I have a feeling on the previous page I did the glitter like that, really spaced out, and on here I'm kind of blobbing it down. So I guess we're doing a lot more intensive glitter back here. Oh well. Done now. Apparently we're doing a thick glitter sky, although this one is a lot more like zoomed out than the other page, so, you know, still works. Yeah, pot pie's probably kind of similar. Ours are just fully encased in pastry, so you can just eat them handheld. Yeah, and like when we talk about donuts, a lot of the time as Kiwis, we're talking about cream donuts, and Americans are talking like the powdered sugar donuts. American style donuts are becoming more common here, but most of the time when I talk about a donut, I am thinking of the classic cream donut. And I mean, it's literally fresh whipped cream inside sweet bread dough. And then they have like a little ridiculous tiny drop of a red something that has no flavour. But the ones that I like to get, they actually have like an actual layer of like a berry coulis or something. Oh, it's so good. Yeah. Yeah, so they are like a rather than like a ring with a hole in the middle, they are like a physical bun that is baked, steamed, fried, and then cut in half, and they will fill the middle with cream, and they often do it in a long finger style instead of, or they can do it as a round bun, but the long finger style is the more common style. And then they fill it with fresh cream and sprinkle a little bit of powdered sugar on top sometimes, or you can get different things on top, but the main thing is they have cream, like, yeah, and a drop of jam. You can also get them like, the bakery near me does them with passion fruit. Oh, so good. But yeah, if I buy those ones, I'll bring them home, and I usually, because the drop of jam is just ridiculous, I usually put in like an actual layer of like jam in it, like a good plum jam or something. So good, because otherwise it's just like sweet bread and cream, and it's very like one note, I like having like a fruit coolie something to cut through that. I was able to spend time food. Yep. Yes. And the Lamington, they can do it too as well. Lamingtons are gorgeous. I love a cream Lamington. Oh. My stomach does not because dairy, but oh. So worth it. Yeah, I've definitely gone way more intense with the glitter this time. Whoopsies. Oh wow. Glitter. We do like a glitter. Oh my god, I'm so sharp. Oh. Oh. Alright. Am I still in frame? Yep. Ah, the Fijoas. Fijoa season's over. I'm sad. I like Fijoas. Fijoa season is very short-lived. I think you can still buy them, but they're getting pricey again. Speaking of donuts and apple desserts, apple cinnamon cream donuts. Oh. I quite often find apple cream donuts, but you want like a really good spicy cinnamon cream donut. Oh. Yes, a fresh cheese scone. Or scone, depending how you pronounce it. So scones are kind of like American biscuits, but they're lighter and fluffier, and we can do our sweet or savory. We don't serve them with gravy. And we can also put fillings into ours as well. Right, so this is where things are going to get interesting, because I have these white lines of the clouds. So do I just glitter? Well, I've already just glittered over it, so there's my answer. We're just glittering over them. I can always pull them back out with Posca. I can always go back over the glitter and re-white out the lines. We might try and keep the glitter over the minimal. And then we could build back up to the dense glitter. Because this is a lot lighter, these areas too. So it could make sense that the glitter's also lighter around here. Then we have the dense glitter. That's all good. I've had this discussion with PB before. We went down a really deep rabbit hole of the difference between biscuits and scones. There is actually a slight difference in how they're made and the texture. But it is like the closest comparison I can make. Alright, okay. In here. I thought I maybe pulled out enough glitter, but we're probably going to have to pull out some more. Yeah. I know my mum has, like, in the bottom section of her garden, there is, like, a grapefruit tree, there were grape plants, there was an apple tree, and I think there's a lemon tree down there too. Like, there's quite a few fruit trees in the bottom section. Thing is, no one's been down there since Dad died. Because to get down that path, like, for starters, I can't mobilise down that path. It is terrible and scary and nope. Even when I, didn't have mobility issues, terrifying to go down to the bottom section. But then Dad died and then a tree fell over it. And yeah, nobody's just been down there since 2021. Yeah, 2021. February 2021 is when he died. So yeah, we keep saying we need to subdivide, but Mum just kind of wants to sell the whole place. But also a lot of work to do that. But yeah, you could subdivide off that whole bottom section technically. Oh no! When that wind gets up though, sometimes it really can destroy trees. If I lived somewhere that had a little bit of land, I would have a lemon tree because it's so good to be able to access lemons when you need them. Nice to have other trees, but a lemon tree would be the most useful. I would love to be one of those people with like a garden and like fully live off what they grow, but I don't have any form of a green thumb. But I'm good at cooking what grows. Okay, so there's all our dense glitter just about done for up here. And then we've got our lighter areas. So it's going to be more dense down here. How are we going? 306. Okay. Oh, I don't think I'm going to be able to get a nap in before work. Now we start fading up our glitter because we want these clouds lighter. In fact, I'm going to pick up some from over here because I feel like even that's a bit too intense. Right, we still want the glitter there, but we actually want it quite light on the clouds to make it clear that there is a difference here. Yeah, I like that. I had a herb garden that I was trying to grow inside, but I struggle to keep herbs alive. I can regrow spring onions. I can do that much. Yeah. Yeah, homegrown tomatoes. Heck yeah. They really are, because like the tomatoes you get at the supermarket are so flavourless, and homegrown tomatoes are just, oh, like you can just eat them as a snack. Tomatoes actually have a lot of flavour. Okay, a little bit more around here. Just make sure we're getting right up to that edge there. And spread it out a bit more up here. Make sure we've got every inch covered. There's an area I missed. There's some areas I missed too. Okay. Alright. Over to the side here. I need my clip. Okay, there's that one. Careful. This one we're going to do a bit lighter again, because again, light clouds. So I'll make this one go a bit further. But I still need to dab my brush everywhere because the gel also changes the colour underneath. So it's like really obvious if you don't place your brush down in an area. So I do have to like make sure every area at least gets touched by the brush. Puts like a little varnish shine, not like full varnish, it does dry down a lot more matte. But right, top half done. Alright, back into denser. Definitely gonna need some more. Storm frame? Yep. No, damn it. That's exactly what I was trying to avoid doing. Oh, I think I got it though. Waste not, want not. Alright, time for more glitter. Hopefully that's enough to finish off. So do we think I should also do a thin coat on the river like I've done over the light clouds, or should we leave the river unglittered? What do we think? I'll bring it back over so you can see a little bit more of the river. Small glitter highlights or something, because I could do like a really thin coat like I did on the clouds, which it's hard to tell because you're getting a lot of shine reflect from the lights right now. I might dry it down first so that you can see it a bit more dry. A slight sparkly pop would go well, because I also have like clear glitters and stuff, so I can make it glittery but in a different colorway, so it's not the red of the sky or something. A little bit more in there. Lighter glitter coverage. Let's just plonk you up there because I've got too much on my brush there. Start. Still in frame. Yep. Nope, air bubble, pop that. Oh, we're so close. Look how little we have left to go. Of course, we've got some complicated fiddly bits in there, but you know. Spawned so much. It's so good. It's easy enough to cut it out. I just upload it and then say mute audio sections and it does all the rest for me. And I love having that little do-do-do in there because it's so appropriate. It's like, keep going, keep going. Nah, don't be. If I didn't want it in there, I wouldn't have it as an option. And like I said, it's literally, I just press a button and YouTube just mutes the audio. And it's only because the audio is banned in certain countries. And if you've got that on there, then it doesn't, like, the algorithm's like, nah. So, like, Manamana is technically copyrighted as well, but it's allowed to be used on YouTube. So... And then again, if I didn't want that in there, I just wouldn't have it. But also, it's my, like, consistent earworm. Muppies? What did we call it last night? It is fun. I love the sound alerts and the fact you can make War Dart talk and all that sort of stuff. Like, it's so fun. So... Again, if I didn't want you to play it, I wouldn't have it as an option. Went a little bit over there. Damn it. There we go. I think I got it off. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Plonk. Ooh, tiny corners. Always part. Way too much on the brush there. Need you to form a little tip so I can get in there. This has got the fiddly bits. This is going to be one of the more fiddly sections of it, because there's a lot of little odd bits to work around. It's going on midnight. You have work tomorrow. No regrets. Oh my goodness. Side pie, if you need to go, like, don't feel obligated to. Stay on. Like, I've just realised with how thick I've put this glitter glue on, it's going to take hours for it to dry. So technically the green glow I'm going to have to do off camera. But we're going to finish this glitter. And I might give it a little blast with the hairdryer just to get the drying started. But yeah, it's going to need like overnight to dry because it's so thick on here. Oh my gosh, we're going to need more glitter. Okay, a little bit more glitter paint. Stone frame? Yeah. Last section! Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, folks. Alright, quick analysis. Is there anywhere we've missed? I think I've got everywhere. There may be little areas I have to touch up once it's dry. And we have to assess that river. Alright, let's give it a quick blast with the hairdryer. It won't fully cure it, but we can at least try and get some of the shine down so you can see it more as just glitter rather than just paint and glitter. So I'll mute you for a moment. Okay, so obviously this side's still very, very wet, but you can start to see if I take it away from direct light, you can start to see how it dries down. Like there's a slight varnish and there's a lot of glitter, but up here it's like a lot more matte. And that's kind of how it'll end up. So like down here is still very wet and goopy, but it'll dry down a lot flatter. It's still not fully dry up there, but like this section is. So that will give you an idea of how it's going to look. So yeah, I'm not going to glitter the water. I also know I am going to have to go back in and re-edge these clouds to pull them back out because the glitter has covered over some of the highlights. So I do want to bring those back out just so we get that definition back in there. So I will be doing that once it's dry. The only other thing I will be doing is going around the outside of these green glowing things. So I'm probably going to pick out either the spring green and use a little bit of maybe this grey green light or this pale sage and just create a bit of a glow around the outside of these, just so they appear to be glowing as our light source, and there'll be a little bit of reflect that I'll do in regards to it. But that is like literally a 5-minute job. So it's something that I will do off stream once this is all dry. And then when we come back on Tuesday, if you want to see the final thing on stream, hit me up. Otherwise, I will make sure I post it all on socials. It'll probably go up Tuesday afternoon or evening. This VOD will go up on Tuesday, so it'll be after the VOD's up on YouTube and stuff. But we finished off a double page spread. How cool's that? Again, like I said, there's still 5 minutes worth of work, but I'm counting it as done. Like, we're so close to being done. So it's just a case of waiting for things to dry and then me going in and quickly glowing some stuff. So yay! Yay! Oh, that's a long stream. Oh, we've been going for 5.5 hours if I don't count all the downtime with the technical difficulties. Twitch tells me I've only been going for 2 hours 20, but we've actually been going for 5.5 hours. So yeah. Oh my gosh, my back. I am so done. So I'm going to sit here and just blast it with the hairdryer some more and just get it really dry. Yay, glitter hearts. Let's see who's live. Let's see if we can raid somebody. Alright, nobody there appropriate. Let's just see if who we see. Maybe we'll find someone new. Ooh, that's cool. Someone doing paper cutouts. But it's also in Japanese, so and they don't need any more. I like to try and help people with like not a lot of viewers if raiding in. Yeah. I do need to do a rest. I really badly need to do a rest. Why did Spotify stop? Alright, I'm not finding anyone. Any suggestions from anyone, or else we might just end it. I'd like to raid somebody, but I'm just not seeing, like... It's hard when you, like, don't know who to raid because you don't know... Oh, they're doing pencils. They're in Spanish. Okay. I should really set it to English. I really wish Twitch would give us a traditional and a digital subcategory for art, because it would make it a lot easier. Yeah, I've got nobody doing art who's on, so I think we'll just leave it for today. As much as I love to raid, I think we'll just leave it for today. I can't find anybody. I ain't got the spoons, and I need to, like, I've got to start work in less than an hour, so I need to go and stretch out on the bed and try and get some rest in. So I think we'll just leave it there for today. And thank you so much for hanging out and being here today on stream and just chilling and relaxing. Yeah, so glad we got this done. So glad. So yeah, we'll think about what to do next time. We still have another page in here that I like to do this month. I have Mythomorphia, as per usual. I always have Mythomorphia. I also have the Kanuko Egosaur one that I showed earlier, so maybe we could do some cute animals, you know? There's a few options, so have a think. Let me know if there's anything you want to see. In the meantime, I'll see you around on the Discords. I will make sure to also create that Wheel of Prompts category. That's my hairdryer falling. In the meantime, take care of yourselves, look after yourselves, take your meds, hydrate, self-love, all that sort of stuff. Samsara says it better than me. And yes, make sure you check out Samsara tomorrow for D12 Go, featuring yours truly, and lots of cool stuff during the week. I will probably be posting quite a bit in the Twitch channel for one-off Twitch streams this week that I may even be bouncing in and out of. You did, LeFou. You came in right at the end, right as we finished. But we finished this page, so we're just waiting for things to dry. But hi! I will be back 10 a.m. Tuesday, New Zealand time for the next stream. And in the meantime, I'll see you all around on the Discords and your own channels and other channels. Like I said, there's a few places I may be appearing this weekend and over the next week, so just keep your eye out on Discord for announcements of various streams and stuff as we head into Kiwi RPG Week. Thanks so much for hanging out here and being a part of stream. Really appreciate you all, and I'll see you all on Tuesday.